on the program, just have them get in touch with me either by email or Facebook, and I'll make sure to mention them in the segment. On the program tonight, we'll have conversations with Michael Hereford, Jade Bennett, and Jordan Sherman. We'll also take a peek at some more cool musical gadgets in the Bazz Menagerie. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to Testify Tuesday on the Face to Facebook livecast. After a 2-day hiatus, it's nice to be back. Thank you, everyone, for the well wishes. I think what we had going on there was a little bit of a stomach flu type situation and combined with allergies. So I could no longer see, hear, or breathe. And so it was a necessary couple of days. And I'm thinking that perhaps we need to schedule in a day of rest in between all of these broadcasts. I'm not sure. We'll have to figure that out. Let's see what everybody's opinion is out there in Facebook land. So nice to see so many of you back. I hope you enjoy what we have to offer for you. We have some special guests today as well. We're going to be rejoining the Bazz Menagerie, which is going to be a regular segment on the program on Tuesdays, where we will talk with Bazz Rumble, and he will go rumble around in his rumble seat. Oh, we could have called it that too, the rumble seat. That's not bad either. Think about that one too. He's going to rumble around in the rumble seat and see what he can find in terms of crazy cool gadgets for us to check out. We'll be talking with Michael Hereford, Jade Bennett, and Jordan Sherman as well. So that's pretty exciting. Why Testify Tuesday? Well, find something that you're proud about and give it a shout out. Let's do it. Testify. Can I get an amen? I mean, it's one of those things where it'll be anything that you feel strongly about, or anything that you're proud of, or anything that you feel that you've accomplished that you can pat yourself on the back. Pat yourself on the back. Do it. No one else is going to do it for you. So testify on Tuesday. That's what it means to me anyway. All right. Well, I don't know if the commenting is working or not because I don't see any comments coming up. So that is oh, there we go. Mr. David Michael gives me an amen. David, was that coming from the Rockstar page or your page, or my page? Sorry. Just need to know because I don't know if my personal comments are working again. Guh. Which sucks when I have, questions for the guests. But that's okay. We'll jump off that bridge when we come to it. If it's not working on my personal page, then you can always head over to the YouTube channel, and you can head over to Rockstar Music Hall, or Eyes on Windsor, or the Walkerville Night Market. Those are the pages where it appears to be working. Oh, David says it's on mine. So there you go. People are watching. They're just not being talkative. And that's okay. They're punishing me for taking 2 days off. That's what it is. Well, one of the things that I was able to do on those days off is actually open my birthday gift from my family, and that was a Nintendo Switch. Exciting. The inner geek in me was very excited about it. So the last couple of days in between doses of medication have been spent with Mario Kart. And today, as I walked past the living room, two of my daughters were playing Just Dance, which is like a dancing thing. And anyway, so this is the song that was playing, and I'm like, oh, I got to play it. I got to try it. It's like one of my favorite groups in the world, and it's actually in a register that I can sort of hit. So I've already got the beat going for it. That'll be kind of fun. And of course, if you guys have any requests out there, let me know, and I'll do my best not to screw them up too badly. Oh, look, now we got comments coming in. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Well, let's see how badly this one will turn out. And then I've got some new music that came in from Phil Kane, among others, so we're going to try those guys as well. I've gone ahead and pre-done the beat for this one so that you didn't have to listen to me figure it out, and it should be good. Let's see here. My, at Waterloo, Napoleon did surrender. Oh yeah, and I have met my destiny in quite a similar way. The history book on the shelf is always repeating itself. Waterloo, I was defeated, you won the war. Waterloo, promised to love you forevermore. Waterloo, couldn't escape if I wanted to. Waterloo, knowing my fate is to be with you. Whoa, 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 Waterloo, finally facing my Waterloo. My, I tried to hold you back, but you were stronger. Oh yeah, and now it seems my only chance is giving up the fight. And how could I ever refuse? I feel like I win when I lose. Waterloo, I was defeated, you won the war. Waterloo, promised to love you forevermore. Waterloo, couldn't escape if I wanted to. Waterloo, knowing my fate is to be with you. Oh, 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 Waterloo, finally facing my Waterloo. And how could I ever refuse? I feel like I win when I lose. Waterloo, I was defeated, you won the war. Waterloo, promised to love you forevermore. Waterloo, couldn't escape if I wanted to. Waterloo, knowing my fate is to be with you. Oh, 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 Waterloo, finally facing my Waterloo. Oh, 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 Waterloo, finally facing my Waterloo. Waterloo, I was defeated, you won the war. Waterloo, promised to love you forevermore. Waterloo, couldn't escape if I wanted to. Waterloo, knowing my fate is to be with you. Oh, 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 Waterloo, finally facing my Waterloo. Oh, 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 Waterloo, finally facing my Waterloo. Woo, there you go. It's a little bit of Abba for you. That's how we're going to pronounce it now. Abba. That's right. Abba. Oh, Andrew Pelche, thank you. Yes, I did. I think I got enough rest. That's all I was doing was sleeping. Thank you, Ashley. Welcome back. It's so nice to be welcomed back by all my new old friends. So nice. Welcome back. Now, how about Roll with the Changes? Ario. Yeah, you got it. Sure. Absolutely. as soon as you are able, and I am willing to make the break that we're on the brink of. My cup is on the table, my love is spilling, waiting here for you to come drink of. So if you're tired of the same old story, oh, turn some pages. I will be here when you are ready to roll with the changes. Oh, I knew it had to happen, felt the tables turning, got me through my darkest hour. I heard the thunder clapping, felt the desert burning, until you fell on me like a sweet sun shower. And if you're tired of the same old story, oh, turn some pages. We'll be here when you are ready to roll with the changes. Baby, roll with the changes. You know, you got to keep on rolling. We gave out a little bit at the end there. It was a little early for that one, maybe. But thanks. Oh, and greetings to you. Guanajuato, Mexico? Guanajuato? Is that how you say it? How would you pronounce that? I don't know. Guanajuato. Well, strong hugs back to Mexico, my friend, across the border. Across 2 borders. Sheesh. That's a lot of borders. All right. Well, after the voice breaking, it can only get better from here, folks. Oh, dear. Or can it? Sure, let's do this one. We haven't done this one in a while. Let's not do it that way, though. Let's do it the right way. Let's clear the phrase first. She stood there bright as the sun on that California coast. Well, he was a Midwestern boy on his own. Well, she looked at him with those soft eyes so innocent and blue. You knew right then he was too far from home. She led him along that golden beach. They watched the waves tumble over the sand. They drove for miles and miles up those twisting and turning roads. Higher and higher they climbed. In those Hollywood nights, in those Hollywood hills, she was looking so right in her diamonds and frills. All those big city nights, in those high rolling hills, above all the lights, she had all of the skills. Headed west cause he felt that a change would do him good. See some old friends, good for the soul. Well, she had been born with a face that would let her get away. He saw that face and he lost all control. Night after night,
Then came that morning, he woke up alone. He spent all night staring down at the lights on LA, wondering if he could ever go home. Those Hollywood nights in those Hollywood hills, she was looking so right, it was giving him chills. In those big city nights, in those high rolling hills, above all the lights, with a passion that kills. In those Hollywood nights, in those Hollywood hills, she was looking so right, in her diamonds and frills. In those big city lights, in those high rolling hills, above all those lights, she had all of her skills. Hollywood nights, Hollywood hills, above all the lights, Hollywood nights.
Well, might have been a little early for that one too. Kenny, don't push too hard. You don't want to relapse. This is very true, but I don't know any other way, unfortunately. I have a real hard time relaxing. But that's just me. All right. Well, let's take a real quick interlude here. We're going to play a song from Mr. Phil Kane here on the program. This is a song that he sent over, one of two. We played Assassins Always Have Three Names a little while ago. This one is called Simon Smith. And we're going to check that one out. And then we'll be back probably with our first guest at that point here on the Face to Facebook Livecast. It's so nice to be back. Thank you so much for tuning in. And again, if you have any requests, please put them into the comments, and I will see them, and I will do my best to play them.
I may go out tomorrow if I can borrow a coat to wear. Won't I step out in style with my sincere smile and my dancing bear, outrageous, alarming, courageous, and charming? Why, who would think a boy and bear could be well accepted everywhere? It's just amazing how fair people can be. Seen at the nicest places where well-fed faces all stop to stare, making the grandest entrance, it's Simon Smith and his dancing bear. They'll love us, won't they? They feed us, don't they? Well, who would think a boy and bear could be well accepted everywhere? It's just amazing how fair people can be. Who needs money when you're funny? The big attraction everywhere will be Simon Smith and his dancing bear. Simon Smith and the amazing dancing bear.
Well, I don't know, dancing bear or not, I was amused. That was great. What a cool, jazzy little piece. I love it. We missed an opportunity to talk with Mr. Phil Kane and 7 other people, delightful people, this last few days, and we'll do every effort we can to get them back. And Bill and Aggie are playing Stump the Band, and they want Spanish Eyes. Well, you stumped me. I've never heard that song before in my life, so no, don't know it, can't play it. Sorry. There's stump number 1. Well, we've got like 3 minutes before our first guest. Let me see if I can find something that's 3 minutes long. It's got to be a pop song. 3 minutes long. Maybe 3.5, because Michael won't mind if we go over just a slight bit. Well, now we're at 2 minutes. Let's see if I can pull this one off. Yeah, we'll try this one. We'll give it a little bit of a beat first, of course.
Some folks are born big and wave flat. Ooh, the red, white, and blue. When the band plays Hail to the Chief, oh, they point the cannon at you, Lord. It ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no senator's son. It ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one. Some folks born silver spoon in hand. Lord, don't they help themselves? When the taxman comes to the door, Lord, the house looks like a rummage sale. It ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no millionaire son, no. It ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one. Some folks inherit star-spangled eyes. Ooh, and they send you down to war, Lord. When you ask them how much should we give, oh, the only answer is more, 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 yeah. It ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no military son. I can't play D, mix my finger and thumb, Lord. It ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one, no. It ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no fortunate son.
All right. Well, enough of that nonsense, especially when you misfinger a D chord. And no one likes it when you misfinger the D. I'm just saying. All right. Well, let's get our first guest up here before any more of this nonsense ensues. Let me just find out where he went. He disappeared on me. There he is. All right. Super excited to chat with this gentleman, as I am with all my guests. But sometimes it's nice when they're friends as well. You know what I mean? It's like catching up with old friends. That's what I'm getting at. All right. Let's see if he answers the virtual telephone. The video phone. Remember when we were kids and we'd watch like the Jetsons or whatever, and it would show like video phones, right? Like telephones with video on them, and then for a while there was like a video phone type device. But now you just do it on your actual phone. Like, it's just, we live in the future. It's so amazing. We live in the future, except I don't have the cool things that I had in the future I would envision, like a jetpack and my robot. Where is my house cleaning robot? And where's my jetpack? It's 2020. I want answers to this. There should be a personal levitation device for everyone. I'm just firmly convinced. Aggie says Al Martino from the 60s. I will listen it up. When I looked it up, there was a bunch of people that had covered it. There was an Engelbert Humperdinck, who, by the way, was a guest on the Love Boat last night. And there was also Elvis Presley covered it as well. So I'm going to assume that it's all the same tune. But I will listen to it at some point and see if I can get on board. I'm calling Mr. Michael, but I'm not getting any response from him. So I'm not sure. Not sure what's happening. We did test this earlier. Let's give him a little ringy dingy again. Levi, exactly. Rosie. And Denise, the future is now. Yes, exactly. Spacely Sprockets. The future is now. Well, it was. It will be. It is now. No, now it's gone again. This is the kind of idiotic banter you get while you're waiting for people to answer. Oh, there we go. We've got him. I'm just going to switch him off of the keyboard cam for a second here so he can actually see my face. And he'll take a moment and get framed up. Awesome sauce. And then we will come over to this screen. And we'll say, hello, Mr. Michael Hereford.
Hey, Chris, can you see me?
I sure can. I can see you and I can hear you. We are good on both sides, sir. First, let me start with the most important question, and that is, how is everyone there? Is everyone there okay? Doing well?
Very well.
Good. Fantastic. That's what I like to hear. Now, you have been anybody who is anybody in the music scene will know that you are quite predominantly featured for the last, I don't even know if we want to put a date on it.
No.
But you've seen a lot of changes occur in the way that live music has been presented within the city. And let me ask you this. Is there ever anything that you have seen in your past that even compares to what we're going through right now?
Nothing, Chris. Besides, obviously the loss of gigs and loss of going out, which also hurt a lot of bands of the momentum. Like my band, we had momentum, we had things happening, and everything just came to a stop, right?
Yeah, it's Sorry, I'm hearing myself talking back at me, so it's.
I'm hearing that too. It's like there's two Chris Maritets.
Well, and normally I would think that would be a bargain, but perhaps stereo Maritets in this case are not good. It might be because you have Facebook open or watching the thing while we're conversing. Now I don't hear
How's
it.
that now?
Oh, that's perfect. All right, sounds good. Yeah, well, speaking of the momentum thing, that's something that's awfully difficult for a lot of bands to start to build up, and then it's kind of a monkey wrench in the whole thing when we start to build up that momentum, and all of a sudden we find ourselves completely halted by something like this. How do you go about regaining that momentum? Do you think it's harder to repick that momentum up once you've started?
Yes, it is. I have found some of the venues were like right on it. They immediately postponed dates to the fall. Other ones were wait and see. But I had a couple, in my world, big items I was looking forward to,
Yeah.
I've seen with the Yardbirds in October. And if they don't tour, that takes away that.
Yeah, for sure. Seems to be that there will be a lot of lost opportunity. How far in the future right now are your things, either postponed or canceled? We don't have to get into specifics, but are you at least a few months out at this point?
July 1st is my next date that's not canceled. And that's quite possible. I have a couple outdoor things in late August, so it's really going to depend on the situation.
Yeah. In one of your previous lives, you were one of the white collar folks at a major retailer, and I'm just wondering, could you maybe shed a little bit of perspective on what something like this does to a major retail organization? Like, I know that we haven't really lived through it, but just if we can speculate a tiny bit to find out, how many cogs are exactly affected in this.
Much more than people realize. Like, when you go to a store, you may interact with one or two people, but getting the merchandise there, displaying the merchandise, advertising budgets, no one's advertising because really no one's open. And, the full-time, the part-time, where will those companies make up that revenue? Like even the ones doing takeout service, that's basically just, in my estimation, just paying some of the bills, but it's certainly not making a profit.
Yeah. Well, that's a concern, for a lot of smaller venues and obviously some larger venues as well. But from working in the music industry that a lot of times you hear from a particular venue, oh, we had a really great weekend and that's going to tide us over for this week, or oh, we didn't really have a good week. I'm hoping that this weekend will be something that will bolster the coffers. But how detrimental in reality is something like this to a lot of the local smaller bars?
It will really hurt them. I figure, some bands won't be able to get through this. Some establishments won't be able to get through it. If you were teetering or you were just on the edge before this, St. Patrick's Day, the money that was floating around, for establishments we play at, and that's lost. That you can't have a St. Patrick's Day in November.
Yeah.
You'll never get that back,
Yeah. Well, I know that I ran into a couple of folks that were in the bar business, and this was like, this was on the 14th or 15th, maybe, right before St. Patrick's Day, and they were still saying how they were stocking up. They had a huge inventory of alcohol come in. And then, of course, the order came down on the 16th to close everything down.
I know.
Yeah.
For me, it feels like 4 gigs, and it's, it hurts, but it must killed some of them.
For sure, yeah, and especially if you consider the folks that are just working musicians, right, where that's their only bread and butter right now.
Yes,
it's got to be something that's absolutely horrific. How does something like this work in terms of because your band, British Beat 66, they travel often between here and the United States. So what does that look like for you on an international travel thing? Are you comfortable that the border is going to open up anytime soon, or do you think that we're going to have maybe like a soft opening here and then open international borders again?
I think it's going to be soft opening here and then open up. I will tell you though, while I've been off, I have been contacted for 2 gigs in the U.S. One is July 11th. It's a private party.
Oh,
So they're figuring it'll be open. And another one in August. And
now I wonder what that will look like if it's going to be a July date. What if can the U.S. This is a weird question. Can the U.S. side open their border to traffic coming into the United States, but the Canadian side still close the border to traffic coming into Canada? Could you be in a situation where, hey, Michael Hereford, you're no longer a permanent resident of picturesque Tecumseh. You are now a permanent resident of wherever this gig was.
yeah, well, that's an interesting question, Chris. The other part is too, to play over there, we put money out for our P2, our visas. So basically we have a product that we can't use. Not only is the jobs gone, the expenses of, getting ready for those jobs is.
Well, that also raises another interesting point too, because a lot of times you have to be sponsored by a particular venue, in the States in order for you to maintain that P2 visa, right? They have to guarantee that you're going to be there a certain number of times. Do you think that the visa period will be extended because of this, that they'll look at this as like kind of extenuating circumstances and say, well, we know the visa is only good from A till B, but since no one was able to use it for 4 months, we're going to extend it out 4 months? Or do you think it's just going to kind of roll in when it rolls in?
Well, I wish it would be extended, but I have no false hopes that's going to happen.
Fair enough. You've seen a bunch of us music types that are doing things like what we're doing right now, where we're playing virtually, or there's a lot of musicians that have virtual streams. Do you think that kind of being forced to go through these motions right now will legitimize the virtual concert as something that happens more often in the future?
Yes, I do. Like your program and a few others I've seen are definitely a cut above than, let's say, me shoving a phone camera in front of me for 5 minutes doing a tune, which I've done, and but what you're doing, what others doing, is getting people. It's keeping the music out there. It's keeping it happening. Nothing takes the place of a live audience or people dancing or cheering or not, but it's a close second.
Yeah. I agree. Nothing will ever take the place of that kind of feeling of community or camaraderie that happens when you go to a concert. So I don't think that's ever going to go away. But do you think there's going to be a period of what I'm calling, I guess, social apprehension? So once this whole thing, is officially done and we get the 2 thumbs up and go ahead, you're able to get out there and start playing. Do you think that people are going to feel comfortable immediately gathering in crowds, even if it's just a crowd in a bar somewhere?
Some will. I mean, some have said to me, we're not going out. And I kind of think, well, you never went out in the first place. I have many friends that, well, we're not going out. And I'm thinking, well, you never go out. So, and others need to go out for all sorts of reasons.
Sure.
If you live in an apartment and you got like a 2-bedroom apartment, and you got a tiny little balcony, you want to get out more than someone, let's say, has a big backyard and that. And getting out, we're social beings and we should be out.
Yeah. What about what this is potentially going to do to concert goers? Now, we've heard that there's been, some talk of that there will be new restrictions in place for entrance into concert or maybe even stadium events of all kinds, like major sporting events, where they will have like a temperature scanner, for example, and they will take your temperature as you go in. What do you think that'll do for kind of the morale of the people that are going? Because oftentimes people are irate enough having their purse or bag looked through or having to remove their contents of their pockets, and now if you've paid for this event, you're going to show up and somebody's going to say, well, I'm sorry, you're a few degrees over normal temperature, we can't let you in.
It's going to upset people, and I think it's going to affect that whole business. And the same with not just concerts, sporting events. I've got baseball tickets booked. Will that happen?
Yeah, exactly. Well, we should be well into spring training by now, right? So I mean, yeah,
yes.
I think it's probably too late. I think that we're looking at probably fall sports that will start up if they're going to start up at all.
Yes.
So I'm really looking forward to the High Ally teams that I follow quite closely. I don't know any September sports. Football? Is football a sport that happens in the fall? I don't know.
Yes.
All right. I want to pick your brain musically for a moment, and I want to hear. And it doesn't have to get into specifics or in terms of the band that you were with or the venue that you were at. But can you give me the best time you ever had playing on stage, followed closely by the absolute worst time you ever had playing on stage?
Okay. I would say one of the best times was at Caesars. I had people in from out of town who had never seen me, and Caesars at that time didn't have live bands for 2 months, and we were the first band back they had, and it was just jam packed, and everything just went smoothly. And the worst time was, I can't believe this. These people came and watched us at Motor City Casino, loved us. They came back with another group for some corporate party and watched us. Then they called me to meet them to sign a contract to play at this very posh place. And when we went there, it's like they asked for everything but what we did. And it just like, okay, now it's time for some Bob Seger. Nothing against Bob Seger, but we don't play any Bob Seger, right? And we're like, Oh boy. And it just, they didn't want to hear any Beatles or Rolling Stones or The Who. And that's what we played in the 2 times they came and saw us, right? And it was just like the rest of the guys in the band were ready to strangle me, saying, "How did you book this?" I'm like,
"Well, you could have gotten away with it. You could have said, sure, this is a cover of this is John Lennon covering Bob Seger, or this is Bob Seger's Beatles tribute band." That's there you go.
Yeah. And there was a time my mom decided to come when I was at Hadley's, and that was just, she had not really seen me do the rock and roll to the extent we were doing it, and I heard about it for like a week. Because I actually played with my mom. She played guitar and sang, and I did many like senior citizen homes. I'd go along with her and play these, country and western songs and this and this. But, to her, rock and roll was like Heartbreak Hotel by Elvis.
Right.
Not the stuff we were doing,
Sure. Yeah, the culture shock is a very real thing at times.
Yes. Yeah.
You are also involved in the local musicians union. And I'm wondering, for the folks out there that, maybe even like myself, who are wondering what the benefits to becoming, an actual bona fide union member are. What is it that the union does for me as a local musician? That, does it open more doors that I wouldn't be able to see before? Does it offer me some kind of, is there some kind of gig protection? Like what's in it for me if I want to join the union?
Well, no matter what union you're in, people ask that question, you know. Now, as a musicians union, I've been in a long time, and I'm glad to be in it. It's helped me immensely roll away the red tape to play in the U.S. I think the very first year when we did 5 shows at Put-in-Bay, Ohio, and they just like cleared the roadway for us, And those are very well-paying U.S. money gigs, which basically got us on the map. And, gig protection, yes. Like if you're going to go just across town, that's different than if you're going to go to another city.
Sure.
We went to Montebello in, Quebec. You can't drive all that way and have things fall apart. So yes. So at that, those kind of gigs, I found it very helpful. And if you don't have access to, like, say, life insurance and this kind of stuff, it is available to you. So if you've made it I made a commitment to do it, not just part-time. I made a commitment to going as far as I can, whether it's
Sure.
songwriting and that. And for me, it's worth it. May not be for everyone, but for me it is.
Yeah, fair enough. Good answer. I'm going to put this same question out to you that I put out to all the other. I know you're not necessarily a tribute act. You're more of a salute to the British invasion. So it's not really narrowing it down to one band. But given that style of music and the obvious hits that came out of it, what is one song you absolutely cannot wait to play every single time you guys go on stage? And if it was up to you, would be in every set list every single time. And conversely, what song makes you want to set your Union Jack guitar on fire and never set foot on stage in that role again?
I would say Painted Black is my ultimate favorite song, and I've been playing that since British Beats started. So like 15 years playing it. And the hard part about playing something like that is you've got to make it fresh to the audience every time, even after 15 years. So you have to love the music, which I do, eh? And there's no song that makes my guitar fire. There's been some requests from people who don't understand that we're a British 60s band,
right?
And come up and ask for, nothing against. Ask for something totally out of the, realm of
so
that.
There's nothing, there's no song that when it gets called out, you're kind of like, oh, really? This one again? Okay, I guess we'll play it because it's the bass player's favorite.
No. No, there's not, Chris.
All right, fair enough. What is the...
By the way, I like to say we're a top 40 band.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. It was top 40, 100%.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Every time we play sold 1 million copies. It's top 40 from 1967.
Now, how do you find that kind of thing goes over generationally speaking? Are the kids today still as excited to hear that music as, say their parents were?
Yes. We even got hired to play a young girl's wedding. She was probably 26 years old, and the audience was anywhere from 21 through 30, and they knew all the tunes and they danced like crazy. It's the people that sometimes can't comprehend that it's popular is people of my age bracket that say, well, the young people won't like it. Yet I played for a lot of young people and they say, this is so great. Or they'll say something like, I wish my parents were here. They would love everything you do.
Yeah.
But for them, it's different because there's not other bands doing what we're doing.
Do you find that really gives you a competitive leg up in the sense that, you're not having to compete with 100 other U2 cover bands or 90s, or 70s prog rock cover bands? You basically have your niche, and because there may not be a whole lot of competition in that area, you guys have a little easier time because of that?
Yes. Now, there's been some drawbacks, obviously. People say, well, the Beatles are you John or George, and I'm Michael. What?
The sixth Beatle.
Because we're playing the music of that era, and I always said if Willie Dixon had a wah-wah pedal, he would have used it.
Yeah.
So we do put a modern twist on many of the tunes, yet still remain true to the spirit of the song.
Sure. So you're not necessarily, like a tribute act. You are basically just performing. It's like when you buy the karaoke DVD and it says songs in the style of The Who.
Yes.
Yeah. Actually,
we bought a poster. It was for a show in England, and it said, tonight only, Herman's Hermits, Jerry and the Pacemakers, special things, Little Richard will be in 2 songs. And it was like, we said, wouldn't it be nice, instead of trying to pretend we're the Beatles or the Rolling Stones, that must have been a fun evening. See Eric Bird and the Animals play 2 songs and that. Let's try to form it through sort of that thinking, that poster, right?
Yeah.
Which we still keep up in our band room as a reminder to stay true, right?
almost like a review show rather than, you know, a particular artist or two or whatever.
Yes. Now, it's worked against us. Sometimes we've gone places and someone has said, why don't you do your first set all Beatles? I mean, no, we don't do that. You know, we do what we do.
Well, I imagine it must give you a little more freedom when you're allowed to flow stylistically between even just the separate bands and artists. Like you may have something, you know, that starts on one kind of feeling or temperament, and then you can ramp it up with some Who, for example, or drop it back down
Yes.
with something else. So yeah, I would imagine that would probably be a much better formula for success as well. I want to turn the questions to a little bit more of a personal side, but nothing horribly personal. Just you know, wondering that there are a lot of folks right now who have no problem at all with filling their time and filling their days with all this extra time that we've sort of found thrust upon us. What are you? There are other people who are having great difficulty in trying to figure out what to do with themselves. And what are you guys doing to kind of stay, you know, mentally, spiritually, and physically active?
Well, I haven't seen my bandmates personally since March 16th. You know, around here, I got my Smart Serve.
So did I.
And that and $1.40 will get me a coffee, Tim Hortons. But I've been actually organizing the basement, expanding the band room, doing some writing. I've done one video and I've done a recording. But now I'm starting to get like, I want the band to start getting back because ideas are coming, requests are coming. Are you guys ever going to do this? Are you going to do this? So
yeah,
I'm anxious now.
Yeah, I think most people are kind of reaching that threshold, and we're starting to see that more and more people are kind of demanding a return to normalcy, I suppose, is the best question. But I think that that's probably still a little ways off. I mean, I'm not an epidemiologist, so I can't speak to the nature of the disease itself, but from what I'm seeing, it looks like it's still a little way off. And you came from a point of some health concerns. Have those underlying concerns, have they affected at all the way that you're doing things on a day-to-day basis in the midst of all this? For example, are you would you be more comfortable with someone else going out and doing the shopping, for example, or something like that?
No, you know that I had cancer and I'm a cancer survivor. In fact, it was just 2 Wednesdays ago I got my absolute final last appointment. So I was at risk there, but you know, if I survived that, and one thing was cautious that when I went for my treatments, there was like a group of us that went. I'm sure I'm the only one that's still alive. So if I got through that,
yeah,
you know.
But it hasn't affected you in terms of your comfort level being around people that may be infected, I guess is the right word at this point.
No.
Okay, fair enough. I have a question in here from the comments. If you're game, it comes from one of my 2 unofficial co-hosts. This is from Diego Camelo. He says, "Hi, Mike. Great to see you in this forum. Question: British Beat does a lot of shows in Michigan. What's the big difference, if any, with those attending, if any?" I'm not sure exactly what the phrase. I'm wondering if he's saying, based on what audience participation or audience size is here, what's the difference between audience size locally and in something in Michigan? Maybe we can approach it that way until he corrects me.
Yes. I don't know if it's because we're coming from somewhere else or we're a novelty, but anyone that plays in Yusuf does tend to find they're quicker to dance, they're quicker to party, they're more apt for requests. There's a more party atmosphere in many of the places I play versus here. Not people here, they're nice, they're fun, but
it's just a different feeling.
There's a difference.
What do you think contributes to that difference? Is it basically because there's just such a much more population base over there, or is something like, you know, going out to see a band, especially in something like, you know, Motown area, is something like that so ingrained in that culture that people are just ready to go and do it way more than they are to do it here?
I believe so. Definitely, I believe that. I've gone over there and played, and we're just starting off the first song, and people running to the dance floor. And I've done that same, let's say, set over here, and maybe about the sixth song, a couple people come up and start dancing.
Well, I think yeah, I've played a couple of shows in the States, and I can attest that the vibe you get from the audience is very much different. It's weird. Like over here, when people ask me what I do, and I tell them I'm a musician, I almost feel like I have to apologize immediately and then tell them what I really do for a living, right?
Yeah.
Whereas over there seems to be somewhat of a still like hallowed reverence of the performer, right? Like, oh, cool, you're a performer. What do you do? And I don't know what that difference is.
I agree. I sometimes try to pin what it is or think what it is, but it just is.
What do you think the biggest obstacle today for a group starting out is? And if you had a young buck come to you and say, take me under your wing and let me know what it is I need to do to be successful in this business today, what advice would you have for them?
First off, try not to be everything to everybody. Play the music that you enjoy and you can play well. If you don't like the Tragically Hip, don't go and try to play it just because that will get you a job. Play what you like. It will work out. When I first started British Beat 6/6 with my mates, a lot of places, oh, no, stay with the jumper format. And said, no. We actually went and started our own shows. Like, no one wanted it. They said, nobody's going to want that. And I would say, so you're telling me if the Beatles were coming to Windsor here, no one would come? If the Rolling Stones came here, no one would come?
Yeah.
If the Who were in your parking lot, no one would bother seeing them? So we just went to a couple of halls and we said, can we use your hall? And we just invited all our friends, and then it just picked up.
So you may initially have to take a few losses in order to start building that momentum you were talking about earlier, right? Is that,
Yeah. And actually, we didn't take losses, to our shock and dismay and happiness. Like, first time we charged like $10, and next thing you know, there was like over 200 people. So do the math, and we're making that before.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I have another comment in here from Diego again. Sorry, actually, Marie Johnston says that Canadians are much more reserved. And then Aggie immediately replies, oh yes, Marie, you and I are so reserved. We must do something about that soon. I love any show that I can go to where those two are there. They just make they make it. Diego says, if I can say, Mike, I remember the days at Sears when you first got diagnosed. Your positive attitude is just so inspiring. I'm absolutely convinced that your upbeat mindset made the difference. Your thoughts for those who may find themselves in the same situation. You are the best, my friend. Continued success. How important do you think that whole mind over matter is when you're dealing with something, as serious as what you were dealing with?
It's very much, you have to choose an attitude. My family, my friends, I set myself small goals and never veered from it. I wasn't going to let it stop me. When they did my first surgery, that, and they drew this line on my face that I may lose that whole part. The surgery was on a Wednesday. I played at Motor City Casino on the Tuesday night.
Oh, wow.
The night before, and I just thought, like, this may be my last night playing. So I'm going to play and do what I love doing. What's the alternative? Sit at home and worry about it? No.
Yeah. I agree. I think that there's something fundamentally important about the way that, your body reacts to your feelings and your emotions.
Challenges.
Yeah. If you're feeling positive about something, you're releasing endorphins and other positive chemicals within your brain and your body. And I'm not going to go out and say that, everything can be solved with just, having a big feel-good party, but, certainly feeling optimistic and upbeat while you're trying to undergo these treatments, I think fares better than people who are completely, in the dumps about the whole thing. And obviously it's super easy to be that way. I went through it with my uncle, with my grandfather, with my mother. So, and each one of them approached it from a very different emotional angle. So I don't know.
Yes, I ended up almost unofficially counseling some other people that were going through it, and I know it helped them. Some people can't talk about it.
Yeah. It's very difficult for a lot of people to open up about something so personal and something that's so definite, right? Like, contemplating that people's morality or mortality is often not a lighthearted dinner conversation.
No.
Michael, I want to thank you so much for making yourself available. You've been a good friend and mentor to me over the years that I've known you, and I thank you for that as well. And I know I know that you've been the same to many other aspiring folks who want to do what you do. I do want to ask you the commonality question here, I guess, which is, we all know the rules, we know what we're supposed to be doing, but what do you think we should be doing, just in your own personal social sense? What do you think people should be doing or shouldn't be doing? And if we are doing something, could we be doing it better?
Well, I think everyone's learning from this. We need to be cautious. I don't think that we can be, just hibernate in there away from life. I did that with cancer. Not doing that again. You got to be cautious. I wear my mask. I wear my gloves. Whether I think it's necessary, but I think it makes people around me even comfortable, then I'll do that.
Yeah.
And where we can, I'd like to get a haircut. There's no two ways about it.
I don't know. I foresaw the sale of Flowbees on eBay going up like tenfold. I don't know if you remember those, vacuum cleaner attachment things, but that didn't happen. Well, you're embracing the rock and roll lifestyle, Michael. just let your hair grow. Gosh, join us in the hippie revolution.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I wish you and yours nothing but health and happiness going forward. It's been really wonderful to get your perspective on it.
Thank you, Chris.
And, obviously, judging by the number of things, you can read the comments that are just scrolling by about how much people appreciate you and what you've done for either them personally or just the music scene in Windsor itself, or just this general aura of positivity and understanding that you kind of emit. It's infectious and contagious in the very best way.
It is. When I had the rough time, I lost my voice completely. Lost my taste buds, which came back, but I didn't cancel gigs, and some of my friends would come out and just be an extra person, whether it was with my trio or duo or whatever, just to make sure I got through the night, And I'll never forget that.
Well, it goes to show you how well you're regarded, right? I guess that at the end of the day, you can say, yeah, well, when you're down, people step up for you. So that's an excellent representation of how you've affected other people's lives. So
thank you, Chris.
Kudos to you.
All right.
Until we meet again, sir, which I hope, as I've been saying to all my musical friends, I hope that we soon return to a time when we're both so busy that we can never see each other again.
Yes. All right.
All right, my friend. Be well.
Have a great show, Chris.
Thank you. Take care. Well, there we had it. I feel like I say this after every conversation where I say another lovely conversation with another lovely person. But the truth of the matter is they are lovely conversations with lovely people. And I feel like that shouldn't be understated. What a fine gentleman. All right. Well, now we should, oh shoot, I should have told him. I'm gonna send him a message about leaving links. I see, first day back on the job and I'm dropping the ball already. Let's see, please wait for my keyboard to light back up. Please drop a link in the comments about British Beat 66. All right. Well, I feel like we should do something from that era. Especially for Mr. Michael Hereford. So let's see what I've got in the old bag o' tricks here. As well, you guys, if you have anything you want to hear, please let me know, and I will definitely do my best to play it for you. Let's see here. We will just keep scrolling down here because, again, this application is not smart enough to know when I say that I want to go search for a band to take the out of it. All right. Well, let's see if I can drop this down so it's easier for me to play because it's got the dreaded B minor in it. All right. That looks better. All right, we're going to try it, and we'll see how bad my voice is after this amount of time, but let's see.
Baby, do you understand me now? Sometimes I feel a little mad. Don't you know that no one alive can always be an angel? When things go wrong, I seem to be bad. Well, I'm just a soul whose intentions are good. Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood. Baby, sometimes I'm so carefree with a joy that's hard to hide. And sometimes it seems all I have to do is worry, and then you're bound to see my other side. Well, I'm just a soul whose intentions are good. Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood. If I seem edgy, I want you to know that I never meant to take it out on you. Life has its problems, and I get my share. And that's one thing I never mean to do, 'cause I love you, baby. Don't you know that I'm human? I have thoughts like any other one. And sometimes I find myself long regretting some foolish thing, some little simple thing I've done. Well, I'm just a soul whose intentions are good. Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood. Well, I'm just a soul whose intentions are good. Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood.
Well, there's the Eric Burden tune done by way of Canadian Beat 73 instead of British Beat 66. I hope Michael will drop in a link there for you guys to check it out, as it is quite good. Well, let's see. What is this song? Oh, okay. That's not the song I want at all. Let's do this one. This is another. I think I did this one as one of the last ones that I tried before all hell broke loose. Yeah, let's do this one. This is a Hollies tune.
Bus stop where day she's there, I say, please share my umbrella. Bus stop, bus goes, she stays, love grows under my umbrella. All that summer we enjoyed it, wind and rain and shine. That umbrella we employed it, by August she was mine. Well, every morning I would see her waiting at the stop. Sometimes she'd shop and she would show me what she bought. But other people stared as if we were both quite insane. Someday my name and hers are going to be the same. Well, that's the way the whole thing started. Silly, but it's true. Thinking of a sweet romance beginning in a queue. Came the sun, the ice was melting, no more sheltering now. Nice to think that that umbrella led me to a vow. Well, every morning I would see her waiting at the stop. Sometimes she'd shop and she would show me what she bought. And other people stared as if we were both quite insane. Someday my name and hers are going to be the same. But stop one day she's there, I say, please share my umbrella. Bus stop, bus goes, she stays, love grows under my umbrella. All that summer we enjoyed it, wind and rain and shine. That umbrella we employed it, by August she was mine. By August she was mine. By August she was mine.
Woo, the Hollies. You're right, Michael. There is some good stuff from that era. Good to see me. No, it's good to see you, Mr. Reno, and all you folks. Thank you so much for the compliments. I appreciate it. It does my heart well knowing that folks were still a little interested in what I'm doing here. And we are slowly but surely coming up on our next guest. So I'm going to make sure things are semi set to go for that. And it appears that they are. Let's see here. Let's do another tune. Let's just do another tune, shall we? Oh, this is a good one. I like this one. We played it once before, but I just think it's so good. And you know what? It has a beat to it. Let's do the beat to it. It'll be good.
inside of me for, I don't know how long. I don't know why, but I keep thinking something's bound to go so wrong. But she looks in my eyes and makes me realize when she says, don't worry, baby, everything will turn out alright. Don't worry, baby, worry, baby. I know I should have kept my mouth shut when I started to brag about my car, but I can't back down now 'cause I pushed the other guys way too far. She makes me come alive and makes me wanna drive when she says, don't worry, baby, everything will turn out alright. Don't worry, baby. She told me, baby, when you race today, just take my love along with you. And if you knew how much I love you, baby, nothing could go wrong with you. Oh, what she does to me when she makes love to me, she says, don't worry, baby, everything will turn out alright. Don't worry, baby. Don't worry, baby. Don't worry, baby. Don't worry, baby. Everything will turn out alright. Don't worry, baby.
Well, there you go. A little bit of the Biatch Boys. Let's flip it over to some more tunes because we've gotten some new stuff in here. And I want to make sure I get to it all. Well, this is one of the fellows that was supposed to be on the program, and unfortunately, he had another engagement that he had forgotten about. So I never did get a chance to play or talk to this guy, and I'm hoping that that will be rectified sometime in the near future, and we will be able to have him back on the program. There is a growing hip-hop scene that is happening here in Windsor, and this is a Leamington fellow by the name of Scott Colnut, goes under the performing name of Big Papa Nut, and this is a song that he wrote for his, I believe it was his stepfather. Anyway, it's quite nice. It led me to really want to talk to this guy a little bit more about his experiences. So let me know what you think. We'll be right back.
Yeah, July 3rd, 2017. That's a day I'll never forget. You were called to glory too soon, Noel. I miss you. I love you. This one's for you. Yeah, I must confess, I'm feeling remorse, man, and nothing less for the way I behaved when I was young. I didn't want you anywhere near my mom. Yeah, I'm looking back in disgrace. I remember the time getting up in your face, yelling and screaming, get out of my room. You're not even my dad, you should be out of here soon. And yeah, you can blame it on arrogance or chalk it up to youthful ignorance. I want you to know I truly repent. I miss you, know. I love you, Dad. And yeah, you were taken too soon. Up to heaven. I had you in my life for 25 years, man. It's a lot of ups, a lot of downs. The one thing you never did was turn your back on me, man, you know? You were always there. When I was the bottom of the bottom, you were the top of the top. You told me a real man falls, but he never stops. Told me pick myself up and dust myself off. I got my own kids and no time to be soft. Yeah, I'm telling you, this sincere. I cherished all the times that I bent your ear. How you'd sit and you'd listen without ever budging. That's how that I knew that your love was never judging. And yeah, the main reason that I loved you was I saw how you took my mom and put her up above you. And yeah, now she's sitting all alone, the house on her home and the road that you owned. And I know, yeah, she misses you too, Dad. You gone to heaven. You know, if there's one thing I've never been able to do, Dad, is sing. But I feel like singing, so I'm gonna sing this part for you, man. Yeah. Time can break your heart. Time can bend your knees. Yeah. You know, time can break you down. Have you begging, please? You begging, please? You know, I guess what I'm really trying to say to you right now, Noel, is thank you for everything that you were to my mom. Thanks for my little brother, John. Thanks for being a papa to my boys. And you know, man, I love you. Thank you so much for being my dad. I have a feeling I'm gonna see you again one day, though. You know, I can see it, man. And yeah, when I get to the gates and they open them up and I see your face and I give you a hug and shake your hand, I'll be happy because we'll be a family again. And yeah, there'll be no more tears. No tears in heaven. You know, when I think about you, I got me a sneaky little suspicion. You bellied up to a bar up there having some beers. Oh man, it's a beautiful sight. Yeah, a tear drop my eye when I think about you drinking at a bar in the sky with your mom, your dad, and your brother, and Tilly, and Chester, and all the others who have gone before you. You're sitting having beers, looking down with love at your loved ones down here. And yeah, you know, I look up above, I can feel it, no? I feel your love. And yeah, I know I gotta be strong for my mom, for my kids, I gotta carry on. Just know your memory will always live on. It's only too bad I gotta talk to you in a song, but I know that one day we'll have us, yeah, some beers in heaven. Yeah, and when I get there, Dad, I want a blue, I want it ice cold, and be quick about it. I love you, no? Rest in paradise.
I don't know what it is about that particular tune, but maybe it's because it comes from a genre which is so typically lyrically misogynistic or whatever, or ultra violent, or whatever we want to say. I mean, I'm not trying to cast aspersions on an entire genre of music, but typically the motivation behind the lyrical content there is not one of introspection. And so I thought that was pretty neat. I thought that I gave him a lot of credit for that. All right, let's talk to our next guest. I'm going to get them on the line right now. Or we're going to attempt to do so anyway, and see how well we do. And then shortly after that, we're going to talk to Mr. Bazz Rumble from the Bazz Menagerie. I'm very excited about that. I'm very excited that's going to be a regular thing, and I'm even more excited that we are hopefully going to continue that past the past this program. Like, in terms of if this program ever decides to go the way of the Dido, that we will continue along with Mr. Bazz Rumble as well. I've got our next guest on the line. I'm just going to ask her if she would mind flipping her phone sideways. I think she's already trying to take care of that for me, perhaps. So there we go, some nice widescreen video. It is super choppy as well. So we're going to see how well the quality is, and I'm wondering if it's the Wi-Fi or if it's a cellular signal or what's happening. But we're gonna bring her over and see what's going on, and we'll see how well this goes, because it's kind of like a strobe light right now, but we'll figure it out. Hello.
You want to try calling me back so I can answer from my phone instead of my iPad?
Yeah, because right now you're coming in some kind of cool stroby robot voice. Yeah.
I can see it. No, right. I'm gonna hang up. Call me back.
Perfect. We're gonna do that. All right. Yes, the joys of modern technology. Let's try it again. I'm gonna give her a few moments here, and that'll give you a few moments to come up with some cool requests. Don't let the fact that I didn't know Spanish Eyes fool you. I do know one or two songs. Mr. Rick Labonte, welcome back, Chris. Hope you're feeling well. I am feeling adequate. Let's put it that way. I'm not feeling great, but I'm certainly doing a lot better than some folks are. All right, well, let's try giving her a call back now and seeing if we can get her on the line. Because, yeah, it was kind of stroby and weird. I find that it's weird. Like, sometimes Wi-Fi will do that. Like, your home Wi-Fi doesn't prioritize very well. And then for some reason on the cellular network, it's the Wild West of bandwidth. Just anything goes. No holds barred. So we'll see. All right. Well, it looks like we're connected, and it's still a little stroby, but not bad. It's not. It certainly is better. So let me flip this camera around so she's not staring at my keyboard. And there we go. We can try turning it sideways if you want, and just see if we get a little bit of a wider screen in there. Oh, so much better. Lovely. I love it. All right. And I will wait for you to regain your seating and do the see how much easier this would be if we all had some camera folks that were doing this stuff for us. If we had a full crew, it would be so great. I recently, I think I mentioned this before, but I saw this thing on Facebook where it was Conan O'Brien talking about, watch how we produce a show 4 nights a week with my full crew at my house. I'm like, dude, what I wouldn't give for a camera crew, for God's sake. Come on now. So I can empathize with having to do all this stuff on your own, and it would be so much better if the talent could just be the talent and just enjoy being the talent. So we're almost there, I think. Hang on, let me bring her over. Hey, Jade.
You don't need the mic, do you?
I don't need the mic, but if it makes you feel comfortable, that's good for you.
No, I had it on because I was on another thing earlier. I'm going to turn it off. Yeah, no, I like learning this stuff because I think it's super cool, and I'm a geek, and so I've actually enjoyed this, but the first time I did the Facebook Live, it was stressful. Oh,
yeah, absolutely. Well, let me start with the first question I'm asking everybody, just to get the kind of preliminaries out of the way. And let me say that, this is my first time actually talking with you, so hello, and thank you for doing this.
We've met once before.
We have met once before.
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh.
I'm getting sir. Now we're going to talk.
Okay, now it gets intriguing. All right. Well, let me get the question out of the way first. Okay. Are you okay, and is everybody around you okay? Everybody happy and healthy and groovy, doing well?
I'm quite fortunate in terms of the COVID situation that, yes, everyone around me is well. We do have a family situation right now where someone isn't at their best, but it doesn't look bad, and it looks like that everything's going to be handled quickly, and so we're praying this week and everything's good. But yeah, in general, I am very fortunate.
Good.
I haven't lost anyone in this crazy ass situation. I hope you haven't either. I know of people who have passed away, but nobody directly related to me, thankfully. But it still doesn't make me feel good to think about these other folks. But yeah, nobody in my direct line of fire, shall we say. And let me ask you about this room that you're in. I see there's a drum set. I see some guitars on the walls. What is this room that we're in? Is this your studio? This is my studio. I live in an 1800s church that is partially my studio and partially my home, and then my work as well. I refinish furniture. That's what I pretend I do while I things there. Yeah, so this is my space, and I'm very fortunate for what I have out here. Yeah, this is one day it'll be something where we're gonna host some concerts. I'm sure you'll be
Nice.
part of it.
That would be great. I would love that.
Yeah.
The acoustics
And
sound great.
yeah, oh, and this is, I turned my mic off, so yeah, this is just my space. The first thing I did when I walked in the door was sing.
Nice.
And then I bought it.
You're like, well, it's got my voice on it now. I can't give it back.
It's just, Chris, you'll come and you'll feel the space is beautiful. It's just a good vibe, and it's just a great place to come and chill and hang out. And I'm so fortunate to live here.
Yeah, actually, I should say that it's been a secret desire of folks in my family to live in a church.
Cool.
Julie has always wanted to. Every time there's a church for sale somewhere, she's like, let's buy it. I'm like, okay, but that's a lot of
I
people.
read a book as a kid. I know where I lived when I read it, which is hilarious because I've lived everywhere, but I lived in Ancaster outside of Hamilton and read a book because I'm a geek. So, and she lived in a church outside of Toronto and had renovated it. And I said, well, I live near Toronto. And I looked at a bunch over the years, and they were too big or this or that, or there was too many issues. And I sold my duplex. I hated being a landlord. I flipped a bunch of houses, and I sold my duplex. And the next night at work, I found the church online on MLS, and I came out the next day and I bought it, and not even being able to rezone it. Everyone said I was batshit, and this is, in the end, I got to live here. I got my studio. I quit my job. I'm so fortunate.
Well, so let's talk a little bit about that. That's not, just one or two major life changes. That's quite a few major life changes. How did that come about? And what are you just doing music now? Is that your sole source of kind of income? Well, besides the refinishing, yes.
I'm like, do you make enough income from music?
No, I was going to ask what your secret was.
No, there is no secret. I'm broke and I'm happy because I made money and I was miserable. And so it's very easy to learn quickly from your mistakes. So I sold out and worked my full-time job, and I loved the field that I worked in, but I mean, in the end, you give up everything that you love to do that most of the time. Very few people can juggle both of it. And then I had an opportunity to make a life change, and I took it because I was fortunate enough to not have children and not have to worry about the what if everything fails.
Right.
Which why most people don't do it is the fear. And I said, feel the fear and do it anyways. That's what I say.
Nice.
Right? So I did it. I quit my job one day and I started my own business. And I have then started doing everything that I love to do, which was art and create music again. And then started a band and learned to play some instruments, and at 40, almost 2, have managed to accomplish some pretty cool things in the last 6 years of my life as a middle-aged woman, which is super cool.
Well, let's tell us a little bit about the accomplishments. And now I'm curious. What are these awesome 6 or 7 things that happened?
So I started my own business, which was a huge thing, to quit your job and start a whole new field. I refinish furniture and do custom. I try and keep old things from being in the dump. quality stuff, though. Most of the older furniture is way better quality than anything you can buy today.
Yeah, for sure.
And so I'm a big environmentalist, and that was something that I started doing for me. And then my friends would say, "Oh, I love your coffee table." And so when I moved, every time I moved, I sold all my stuff. So I started a Facebook page and started posting furniture, and my friends started buying my furniture, and then it expanded from there. And then I bought the church, and then I quit my job, and then I decided that was what I was going to do. And then music started again, which I hadn't done in many years. And fortunately, and I don't know why, it's just been something that's almost a gift, that everyone's been so supportive, and we've gotten so far so quick.
That's great.
That it's super cool at my age to be able to say you're never too old. You can decide one day to learn to play ukulele, and 2 years later you'll be nominated for a Forest City London Music Award and be interviewed by Chris on
Yeah.
Facebook Live.
Well, one of those is certainly more important than the other. That's for sure.
I'm telling you, though, it all comes together, right? Like,
yeah.
super cool shit. Like,
Yeah.
moments in life when you're like, I'm too old, don't do it, don't bother, it's not worth it. And we decided one day to start a band at 40. We were 39, I think, at the time when we started again, and got nominated for an award the next year, and got nominated again this year. And I mean, seriously, we get booked like to play almost every weekend, and
That's great.
great venues. Yeah.
So it sounds to me like London is an area or near there I need to move to in order for my music to really blossom. Because I'll tell you, it's a struggle down here in Ottotown.
So I play Windsor sometimes, though. I like to come out there. I played Rockstar. That's where I met you.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I was fortunate enough that Rockstar invited me to come play one of their showcases that women played. And you guys were there doing your thing, and I met your band, the Pink Floyd band.
Oh, okay.
But you were playing and whatever, and I was just like the newbie who like played for three songs. But yeah, so no, you just have to travel. London's fabulous. We're lucky here. Like, it just seems to be people embrace it, and they embrace good music, and they embrace good cover music, and you guys are a good cover band.
Yeah, I think that's, and I've often wondered what the difference is between London even and Windsor. I know that London is roughly double the population, so there's a little bit, more people that are apt to go out, but it's also a little more, and I may be insulting my Windsor friends when I say this, and I don't mean it in an insulting kind of way, but it seems like London is a little more of a collegiate town. It's a little more invested in the nightlife kind of thing than Windsor is. Windsor seems to be very much a lunch bucket town that doesn't really want to go out and experience live music anymore, and it's a bummer, and I don't really know why. But do you have any kind of insight into why the London scene is a little more hospitable?
I don't think it's that it's more hospitable. I think that it's that we support each other, and that we have this group of people that supports the, like, not saying low end, because, like, have you seen Mike Trujan and people play? Like, they're amazing. They are better than people who are getting booked to play Massey Hall. And because, but if we lived anywhere else, we wouldn't get anywhere. But we have this great Forest City London Music Awards. I mean, Mario and Fred and all of them, they supported me from day one, and I couldn't even play without a band behind me, right? I was a singer, but I decided one day I wanted to just be able to do it.
Right.
And these guys who have no vested interest in those of us just see that if you're passionate and you care and you're willing to do it, they get behind you. And how can you not succeed when these people who are amazing musicians are constantly promoting and pushing? Like,
Yeah.
you know, the guys at Rockstar Music Hall, like, who get us nobodies out there to play
Yeah.
and open for, I don't want to name David and stuff because I'm like, I never told him I was going to say it. Like, but I was nobody, and people like that, and having somebody who played with Prince, who's one of my all-time favorites, tell me that I have potential is a gift like beyond anything. So you do those 20 gigs where you get shit on,
Yeah.
and then David, who played with Prince, says, come play my bar because I think you've got potential.
Yeah.
Right? And so at my age and what I know, that means more than 20,000 bookings.
Yeah.
Than 25,000 fans.
Sure.
Sarah Smith saying that was an amazing song when it's my song is amazing. It means more than anything.
Yeah.
And I grew up in an era where there wasn't Instagram and Facebook, so instant gratification in music, awesome.
Yeah. Fantastic. I want to, for sure. I want to ask you this. Just because I keep hearing the reverberation. It's like you're talking into an echo pedal, but it's the natural reverberation of the room, which is so amazing. Right.
Yeah.
Sometimes when we buy homes, I always go back to this whole, like, The Shining thing, right? Where, like the spirits of everything, that was ever said lives on in the walls. You have to have some kind of cool story about, things that go bump in the night in an old church. Come on. There's got to be something.
Okay, so I was scared shitless the first time I came to stay here, the first night. I already bought it. When I bought it, I didn't know I was going to be able to live here, but that was the goal. And it ended up getting rezoned, and they finally said I could live here. On the first night they said I could stay, I brought my dogs, and we brought the blow-up mattresses and everything, and we were camping out for the night, and I was scared shitless. And nothing happened. Nothing has ever happened. Like, I've gotten bats, but I've learned where they came from, so now I've had them blocked, so I don't have bats for the last couple of years, but I had a bunch of bats the first few years.
Nice.
That was weird getting used to it.
Yeah, yeah.
But once you're used to having bats in your house, you just learn how to get them out, and that's the end of it. It's part of your lifestyle.
Yeah.
It's country living for a city girl.
Bats are like drummers. If you allow them to congregate in your house for too long, they'll take root there and they'll invite their friends.
We've never been able to really, the drum set sits here, but we don't really use it. It's, unless you have a full band, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, same idea. And then, like, there's definitely, like, we have birds. I have birds. I say we, and I'm single. I live with my dogs, okay? So when I say we, I'm talking about me and my animal kingdom.
Gotcha.
But yeah, so the birds come in sometimes. I don't know where they come from. But yeah, occasionally there's a bird, and what do? It becomes a part of your lifestyle.
For sure.
When I moved out here, I would never have said I would have stayed.
Yeah.
But it became a metamorphosis of my life. I worked at the hospital. I hadn't sung in other than like karaoke and like goofing around at the campfire in 15 years. And I bought the church. I broke up with my spouse. I bought the church after flipping a couple houses, and then just quit my job. Decided music was what I was going to do, and art. I took fine art in college before I went to healthcare. So I went back to that, and the furniture is kind of an abstract, I think, of that.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, and then I decided that I would rather do all of those things and be broke than do something, even though I loved it.
And it's almost better to be like, not emotionally bankrupt. It's better to be bankrupt than emotionally bankrupt, I guess, or spiritually bankrupt. And how could you be spiritually bankrupt when you buy a church? And I have to also ask, with the amount of natural echo that's in there, like how often do you just want to walk into that room and just decide to sermonize, right? Just be like, dearly beloved, today, like how do you want to, like, you must just want to walk around and sing constantly in that space.
Okay, well, so before the studio, now I sit down at the piano and I sing. Yeah, totally. But the first moment I walked in the door and I sang a Disney song, and my realtor was like, what the fuck? I'm covered in tattoos. I'm a complete pothead. She's known me for years. And I walked, and they were sang a Disney song. And she was like, what the fuck, right? I had already done a couple of hoarder houses. So she thought I was batshit.
Yeah.
But I made a profit. So no, the moment I walked in the door, I sang a Disney song. And then when I worked on the building, I was like up in a cherry picker.
Yeah.
And I had a fear of heights when I started. And I would put on music and I would sing, and I would put on music that would make me like, it was a huge life altering. I don't think I can ever describe it to anyone because it was totally alone and it was totally beautiful, and it was something that I needed to do. But I would paint and scrub and do that and sing and cry.
Yeah. Well, it's almost like that's one of those things where sometimes when you're reconstructing a building or you're doing renovations on a building, you're really chipping away at yourself too, right? And you discover both of yourselves through that process, I think.
And I didn't know those. I knew when I was doing my other houses, it was for a better cause, and I loved it, and I loved the design. But this was different. I gave up everything. I sold everything. I went back to being a hippie chick, which was my essence. And when you mate with someone who isn't the same type of person as you, someone who's materialistic and someone who might be egocentric, and you're not that type of person, you eventually adapt those things into your lifestyle in order to make it successful.
Yeah.
Right? There's compromise, and then there's codependence. And so those of us that are maybe not brought up the best of ways sometimes go to the codependent ways.
Sure.
And so you sell out those bits of yourself, and you don't do it intentionally, but it adapts, and over time, just one day, you realize that it's different. You've become a different person.
Yeah.
I didn't have cable before. I didn't ever drive a new car. I had a closet that was full of stuff with tags on it in the end that I'd never worn. So the contrast of what your personality can become based on who you're with is crazy to me.
Yeah.
But now that I'm aware of it, I would never do that again. So I was able to refine myself in my old age.
Yeah, which is good. Don't say old age, because you're younger than me, and that makes me feel bad.
I love my old age.
I want to ask you this question. Coming from a place in healthcare, how scary, or not scary, how much of a major event is what's happening right now really a major event? Because we have these small but very vocal groups that are just saying, it's all a hoax. It's also that the hospitals get more money when they proclaim COVID-19 deaths over regular deaths. There are no overworked emergency rooms, so on and so forth. But coming from somebody that worked in the healthcare, profession, what can you shed some light, maybe like an inside light on it for us?
So I will be the first person to argue all sides of the spectrum, because I think no matter what, we need to be educated from all of the points of view. At this point in our species and our world, we can't rely on one source to be right or accurate. So everybody needs to stop saying this, that, everyone's correct. We need to learn and educate ourselves from every perspective and then make an educated opinion. The news is not accurate. What the government tells us is not accurate. What Joe Blow on Facebook isn't accurate either. And YouTube isn't accurate either. And so we have to now be able to be very, very, very particular about what we're going to believe. And so when I see stuff about when this started, I was the first one who said it was scary. I studied infectious disease when I was younger. I did a thesis on Ebola virus. I was very scared. I said to my bandmate, they can't control it. This is scary. That was March 13th, the day that everything went to shit.
Yeah.
And that was the day I said it. This is scary. I'm scared. But at the same time, I am glad that my country was afraid of something being more drastic because it could have been.
Sure, yeah.
And that's the thing, is people, this isn't like a conspiracy. It's real. The disease is real. You're all like, no, it is not. Jesus isn't going to save you. But at the same time, is it going to kill all of us? No. But anyone who has an underlying health issue, anyone who has elderly, they should be secluding and isolating and keeping away from anyone.
Yeah.
Those are the people that are going to. The problem is that now they've created the situation where everyone's afraid of each other. And it's not any different than regular illnesses. But if you go home to someone who's medically fragile, you should be concerned as well. I'm a single woman. I contact 3 clients maximum, like in a 4-day span. Am I a risk to anyone? Really? No. But are you a risk to me? Yes. But
Fair enough.
The risk hasn't been proven to be, and we were right to be preventative. It could have been horrible.
Yeah.
But it is not that horrible. And you can't tell me that it's okay for me to, I went to Walmart, because that's the only place I can get my dog food now, which is crazy because I shop Canadian usually. And I went to Walmart and nobody is social distancing. Nobody is monitoring anything. There was at least 200 people in the store, but people who own the corner market can't have, 5 people in their shop. So, and that's just from an educated point of view. I'm less scared at the corner store than I am at Walmart.
Sure, yeah.
But I'm honestly not scared anymore because I know I'm a healthy, fairly healthy, healthier than I ever was.
Sure.
Middle-aged person who will be aware when there's something medically wrong with myself and do accordingly. My friends in healthcare are not concerned to the point that they were. So that tells me a lot.
Yeah. When you say they're
the
not,
goal was
when you say they're not as concerned as they were, is that they're seeing that this is sort of, we've reached a certain apex in the curve and we're starting to flatten it out, or what we are seeing right now, is it the first wave is over and like the Spanish flu, we're about to see an even worse second wave?
And no one will know until it happens, right? They're not concerned because as far as concern we're talking is today, they're not overwhelmed. They know that if you come in and there's something wrong with you, they are able to care for you and your family, right? That could change tomorrow if 150,000 people get sick.
Yeah.
The whole thing with this one is that if what they're saying is accurate, which I believe we should be looking at all the different perspectives, but no matter what, a vaccine, no matter what, and I'm not necessarily going to sit here and even say that I am pro or against vaccines.
Sure.
But no matter what, in this situation, if a vaccine is the only thing that they're saying that will stop the spread of it, we're not doing anything other than slowing it. So those of us that are willing to, because we're not exposing other people, that are willing to conduct business as usual with precautions, right? Like, I'm not letting people come in and out. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I've done curbside delivery. I sanitize everything. I wear,
Yeah.
But I'm able to do business, and I would have been able to do business all this time just as safely, if not safer, than what Walmart has been doing from day one.
For sure. Let me turn.
So yeah, it's one of those things where people aren't like, I would never want to say that it's not a big deal and then have, but this, even a second wave of the same virus isn't a big scary thing. If it mutates and becomes something where it starts taking out people of different age groups, especially kids, but it's not. And segregating yourself keeps you away from bugs. Bugs give you immunity. We need to be in contact with that crap every day. We are, usually, and now we're not. And so then what's going to happen is the influenza is going to take over, and we're going to have an extra 100,000 influenza deaths this year.
Yeah, well, I think the difficult thing about the influenza thing is that the influenza bug, when it comes out, the virus mutates every year, right? So you're not fighting. That's why the vaccine is not 100% effective all the time. You're not fighting the same strain of it, right? And I think that the other problem that we're facing is that because you can be asymptomatic for up to 14 days before you show any signs of having it, it's the risk of how many people were you in contact with during those 14 days, and then how many people were those people in contact with? You know what I'm saying? So like you may...
That's why anyone at risk should stay home.
Yeah, agreed.
Right? Like, if grandma and grandpa should stay home, because we can't predict that. That's the problem, right?
Yeah.
If we could, you and I most likely will be fine, but that's why you can't. The only way to do this until there's a vaccine is just for those people that are at risk to stay home. There's still going to be some people that we don't think are going to get sick that get really sick, which sucks. But until there's a vaccine, what are we going to do?
Yeah. Like I'm in a unique situation because, our oldest daughter is severely immunocompromised. So, the very first day that this went into, even the suggestion of a lockdown, we were locked down, period. So that's one example of, I have to be real careful when I'm going out to do grocery shopping or going out to pick up her prescriptions or whatever, because I don't know that the people that I'm coming in contact with are going to give me something that I'm then going to, transmit internally in the house. But that's because I live with an immunocompromised person. So, would the story be different if we didn't have that scare? I don't know. That's an interesting question.
It's a different perspective, because if I lived in your situation, hell no, I wouldn't be going anywhere. My family member who's got a medical issue going on, I said to them, I'll bring you anything you need. Stay home. But me, as someone who's, I can monitor where I've been. I haven't really been anywhere because I don't need to be, thank goodness.
Yeah.
So to me, I just did. I isolated and I self-secluded. I still only shopped every couple of weeks. I haven't changed any of that, except opening my business again as per regulations of curbside delivery. But at the same time, it's pretty easy to sanitize stuff as
Sure.
it comes in and out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, every time we get a grocery order, I'm sure the neighbors are out snapping pictures because there's 4 of us on the porch washing everything down and putting it into baskets and dispersing it on the inside.
Right.
I want to turn this back to music for a second, if I can. And that is, the question I have for all of my singer-songwriter friends is, as songwriters, we are often very emotionally led people, right? And we certainly allow the emotions of others to kind of impact us, maybe a little more greatly than other folks. But how do you find during times like this, when you live amid this uncertainty and maybe fear, maybe dread, people worrying all the time, do you find that those external influences can affect your writing? Or do you find that you're using your writing as a shield to kind of keep all that stuff away?
So I haven't written anything since all this started.
Really?
Yeah, nothing. I'm a very much that type of person that is affected by my surroundings and my environment and all that. And I find it very interesting that I haven't written anything in all of this. But I've learned a lot of music. So I don't look at it as being a negative thing. And I've learned a lot of music about myself and things that influence me. That 10-day album thing, like,
Yeah.
Holy shit. I'm sure to most people it means nothing. They're like, meh, 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 meh. That was like I stayed up at night. Like, what are my favorite 10 albums?
Yeah. Narrowing that down was difficult.
Someone nominated me again today, and I thought I'd do my next 10 because I'm like, I feel upset that I didn't name the ones that I should have included, but I didn't include, but because I love the ones that I did.
I would do it again. I nominated David Michael for the 7-day challenge, and he's gone on for like 87 days. It's crazy.
So, okay. And I've been following his, and he is such, and that's it. And then you guys post albums, and I'm like, oh, that's totally one of mine. And then I go listen to it, and I learn a cover from it. And, like, honestly, it's been that album challenge is, like, my nemesis, but, like, that bitch has, like, made me relive music that I never thought I would have.
Right. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
One more question and I just want to say thank you so much for being willing to lend your time and your voice to the conversation. I appreciate it. The one question I'm always curious about, especially with people that write their own music, is when you perform a song. Let's say that you performed a song that you've written some time ago. When you perform it again at a new venue or maybe a venue you've been at, do you go back in your mind to a particular time of a particular performance of that song, or when you first wrote it, or is every performance different for you?
That's a very good question. So when I perform on stage, it's not that it's automatic. It's just, if I perform well, I walk away afterwards and don't really remember what I did. I'll always tell you I had a good show because I don't remember what I did. If I remember stuff, it's because I remember how I fucked up or how I wasn't happy with how I did whatever
Sure.
or whatever, right? But no, I go on automatic. When I practice, I'm an emotional basket case. I have a really hard time performing certain songs because I'm afraid that I'll get upset. Even talking about it, I'm going to get upset. So I don't perform a lot of stuff I write until it's past that point.
Sure.
Until
Yeah.
you've played it again and again and again, or then when something happens that makes you like hurt that part again, you don't play that song for a while.
Sure.
No, but I'm new at the writing thing that way, right? So that's my weakness, and that's why I don't like to write. That's probably why I'm not writing now. I'll write later.
Yeah. It's funny how especially with creative folks, we always seem to remember the times that we screwed up, or remember the times that a performance didn't go well, or you know what I mean? Like we rarely remember the packed house or the super amounts of compliments afterward. We always tend to focus on what I did wrong or how I could have played it better, or boy, I can't believe I hit that many wrong notes. I mean, that's for me, even doing this show, like after every song I perform, I'm like, wow, I can't believe I sang that badly. That's terrible. Anyway, I wonder what it is about us creative types that where we tend to remember that stuff more.
Because you want it to be perfect for them, right? It's not a bad thing. It's just it's our only way of or my only way. I can't speak, but you seem to kind of get it. If that's how you express your emotions. I'm not an expressive person. I am not a huggy, feely person. I love who I love. You'll know if I love you. But it's the extension of the ego, the inner self, that thing that you hide inside of you, which your songs hopefully express, and that's when they're good songs.
For sure.
But I have a really hard time with it. But yeah, I am definitely emotionally disabled. Maybe that's why I don't write. I don't write. I can't.
Yeah. I get it. I totally do. Actually, Rob Timmick jumps in the comments here and he says, he's totally the reverse. I think mainly of my awesome shows and totally forget my mistakes. So I need to take lessons from Rob. That's my takeaway from this. Anyway, I want to thank you so much. I want to thank you so much for being a part of it and being willing to share your thoughts with us. And I want to ask you, I forgot to ask Michael, I mentioned it via text, but to tell you right now, face to face as we are, to please put a link into the comments for the video where people can check out some of the stuff that you've done. That would be great. And even in terms of directing them to your furniture revitalization or rebirth would be good.
Thank you.
All right. Be safe.
Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, there you go. Someone who lives in a church. Isn't that cool? I wonder if they're like the ghosts of confessions past are like hanging out in the, like if those, you know that expression, if the walls could talk, right? Yeah. Come on. Think about it. Confessional booth. Jeez. I don't know. Seems pretty interesting to me. All right. Well, let's do some more singing. Let's do some more singing for y'all. We got about 15 minutes. We're going to hear from Mr. Bazz Rumble, and we're going to go back into the Bazz Menagerie and take a look at all the cool toys that this guy has. And it is really, it's cool. It's amazing. Like the amount of stuff that this guy owns blows my mind. And I have wanted to do a show about it for a proper show about it for some time. So once we're able to actually get out in the world again, I think we're going to do that. We're going to produce a show that's about Barry and all his cool stuff. That's what I would. That's what I'm looking for out of all this. All right. Well, let's see what we've got going on here. I don't know. I'm like at a loss right now for picking tunes. I don't know why. I felt really strong coming out of the gate, and now I feel like I'm wavering. I don't like wavering. But since I can't think of anything else right now, let's do this one. It's good. I say it's good like, yeah, I don't know why I said it that way.
Slip sliding away, slip sliding away. You know the near destination, the more you slip sliding away. I know a man, he came from my hometown. Wore his passion for his woman like a thorny crown. He said, Dolores, I live in fear. So for you it's so empowering, I'm afraid that I will disappear. Slip sliding away, slip sliding away. Destination, the more you slip sliding away. I know a woman, she became a wife. These are the very words she uses to describe her life. She said a good day ain't got no rain. Said bad days when I lie in bed and think of things that might have been. Sleep sliding away, sleep sliding away. You know the near destination, the more you slip sliding away. I know a father who had a son. He learned to tell him all the reasons for all the things that he'd done. He came a long way just to explain. He kissed his boys, he lay sleeping, then he turned around and he headed home again. Slip sliding away, slip sliding away. You know the near destination, the more you slip sliding away. God only knows, God makes his plan. The information's unavailable to the mortal man. We work at our jobs, we collect our pay. believe we're gliding down the highway when in fact we're slip sliding away. Slip sliding away. Slip sliding away. You know the near destination, the more you slip sliding away. Slip sliding away. Slip sliding away. You know the near destination, the more you slip sliding away.
All righty. Well, the time has come. The special time has come. I feel like there's a Dr. No, not Dr. Seuss. Was it Dr. Seuss? Marvin K. Mooney, Will You Please Go Now? A book that I read when I was a very young child. My mom read it to me, and I loved it. And I can still remember the end. I said go, and go I meant. The time had come. So Marvin went. So anytime I hear that phrase, that's what I think of. Anyway, we have to do a birthday shout out in the key of F, the most birthdayest of all keys. And this is for Danielle. And I would like everybody to sing along at the top of their lungs. Open your doors, throw open the windows, let some of that beautiful May air in, and scream at the top of your lungs, "Happy birthday" to Danielle. Let's see if she can actually hear some folks outside. I think that'd be pretty cool. And the side benefit of that, anyone named Danielle in your area is going to get a birthday wish. It's just the gift that keeps on giving. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Danielle. Happy birthday to you. Now that you all know how it goes, let's try it again together. I didn't hear anybody outside, so let's try it again. Ready? Maybe if we pick it up a little bit, like happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Danielle. Happy birthday to you. Happy what was that? Major 7th birthday to you. That's a great 70s chord, right? I love it. All right. Well, hopefully, Danielle, that was happy enough. I found myself uplifted jovially because of it. Alrighty. Well, just make sure that we're getting our next person activated and ready to go when their time comes, which is the magic 7 minutes from now. Oh, well, Danielle, I didn't know that was yours. I would have done it much jazzier. It would have been like a... There you go. Mom and Dad's anniversary song. Do you know The Lady in Red, their wedding song? Yeah. Well, I mean, I've heard it. I can probably figure it out. Let me just pull that up. We should have just enough time to do that. All right. Well, I hope that jazzy thing was okay then. I don't know why. I just felt like I don't play the ukulele. If you folks ever get a chance to check out that live stream, it's something else. You got to watch it. Ukulele, it's amazing. I love it. All right, Lady in Red. My calling at the end of all this is going to be as a two-finger drummer. That's what it's going to be. B flat. What's that craziness? We're not going to do it in that key. That's a ridiculous key, Krista Berg. You shut your mouth in that B flat. Let's try in this key. Oh yeah, we're going to do it in this key. And it's going to be what it's going to be. This is, hopefully it works. It works for you guys.
Never seen you looking so lovely as you did tonight. I've never seen you shine so bright. I've never seen so many men asking if you wanted to dance, looking for a little romance, giving half a chance. And I have never seen that dress you're wearing, or the highlights in your hair that catch your eyes. I have been blind, the lady in red is dancing with me, cheek to cheek. There's nobody here, it's just you and me. Where I wanna be, but I hardly know. This beauty by my side, I'll never forget the way you look tonight. Never seen you looking so gorgeous as you did tonight. I've never seen you shine so bright. You were amazing. I've never seen so many people wanna be there by your side. And when you turned to me and smiled, it took my breath away. And I have never had such a feeling of complete and utter love as I do tonight. The lady in red is dancing with me, cheek to cheek. There's nobody here, it's just you and me. Where I wanna be, well, I hardly know. This beauty by my side, I'll never forget the way you look tonight. The lady lady in red, a lady in red, a lady in red.
Well, I don't know about that. I probably should have kept it in the original key. I forgot how high up it gets there in the chorus. Oh, well. Little known piece of trivia. My dad sang that at karaoke once and won first place. I don't know why anybody would want to know that, but there you go. All right. Well, let's get our very next guest on the line. And that would be the Bazz Menagerie. Oh, Ashley, you don't have to thank me. Should have just put the record on and had a good job of it. All right. Well, there is Mr. Bazz, and I am going to flip my camera around so he's not staring at my pants. Fantastic. Those are the cheap seats, folks. By the way, when you're staring at the pants, those are the cheap seats. Mr. Barry Rumble, how are you?
Good. What's new and exciting in the world of Chris? You got some cool people on.
I've had some cool people on. I'm back at it after 2 days of not doing it, and I was going a little stir crazy not doing it.
How you feeling?
Well, thank you for asking. I am feeling okay, but not great. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah. It was some kind of stomach thing combined with allergies. That started ever since the warm weather kind of poked its head out the door and everything started to bloom real quick. Yeah. So it was just it was not fun, but it was certainly not anywhere near the level of discomfort that some folks are having. So I count myself lucky for that.
Right on.
Well, do you?
I hope you feel 100%.
Thank you.
Tomorrow.
I hope I feel at least 92% tomorrow would be great. I would be happy with a solid 92%. I hope that birthday shout out was okay. I was a little confused as to the timeline.
Yes, it was awesome.
Okay,
I super enjoyed it.
Okay,
super enjoyed it. And I'll add my happy birthday greeting going out to Danielle there.
Well, there you go.
That's a wonderful performer, jazz singer.
Yeah, well, that's. I kind of figured I had to try to do the jazzy version, but I don't think I did it justice. But anyway. Hey,
it's all good, my friend. It's all here, right? It all comes from here.
That's right. So, what do we have in the menagerie today, sir?
Well, I put some thought in this week to what I could locate in the collection that had some rather interesting aspects to it. I was thinking about something vintage this week.
Yes.
So what I did was actually what I'm going to do is can I turn this around so that I can point it towards for the back of my iPod?
You can do whatever you like, sir. This is
how I do that.
Your show. Oh, there should be a little camera flip button where it should flip the camera around to face the other way. Perhaps. I don't know about the device that you're using, but
I'm using an iPad.
Oh, an iPad? Well, it should have a rear-facing camera then, and you should be able to. There should be a little camera with a swapsies arrow on it somewhere on there.
I'm just gonna. Oh, here we go.
But when we do this for real, we're gonna have a multi.
There we go. Can you see that now?
Oh yeah. Yep, I sure can.
Okay, so I'm gonna unhook it from its thing here, and it's so I'll just give you a little idea as to. Oh, there's a couple of cool guitars there.
Oh, now you're just teasing us.
Rich Mockingbird, and beside that is a Les Paul Jr. And actually, right over there is a Marshall. It's an old 72 Marshall 50 watt, a big favorite of Jeff Beck's. And underneath it is a really rather rare organ cab. This cab was actually made to amplify organs back in the by Marshall.
Sort of like the B3 type thing.
Yeah, kind of the same idea. Yeah, I think probably the idea back then was probably for pieces and those types of things. But the B3s always had the Leslie, right? So,
yeah, for sure.
But it's actually and it sounds really cool. I mean, just as a guitar cab, it sounds really neat. So
nice.
So yeah, there's a couple of things kicking around. Here's my Jimi Hendrix Stratocaster there.
When you say Jimi Hendrix Stratocaster, what makes it a Jimi Hendrix?
Basically the white.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's very reminiscent of Jimmy's Stratocaster he played at Woodstock. So,
okay.
So it's a right-handed version. It's not a lefty, but it gets the job done. Down here we have This is what I wanted to show everybody today.
What is that?
It's kind of a interesting. Yeah, I know. That's what everybody says. What's that? Well, it's made by a company called Maestro, which was actually at the time owned by Gibson.
Okay.
Gibson Guitar Company. And they decided they wanted to get into the effects business. So they came up with this particular unit. And what it is, it's designed to be an all-in-one guitar unit. And it's actually, it was really far ahead of its time because guitar workstations, so to speak, like the Line 6 pods and those types of things, okay, didn't come out until the 90s. And this one came out in 1968.
Huh.
It has some really, really different kind of effects and such on it too, though. Okay, it's not nowhere near the same thinking, but it's a really fun unit to play around with. Get some really bizarre noises, and so I'm going to demo that today. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and I'm going to stick it up on my stand here.
Yeah.
And just move it around a little bit here so that I can. One sec here.
Yeah. When we actually do this, when we actually do the real Bazz Menagerie show, we're totally going to have like a multi-camera setup and all that good stuff. But that entails me.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I wish I could do that now.
Oh, we're gonna get that set up. Don't you worry.
Right on, brother. Okay, hold on a sec here.
Yep,
So
no
I'm gonna
worries.
Take this, flip it on its back.
I'll play the Woodblock theme song while we're waiting.
Go ahead. Okay, there we go. We can see her now.
All right, yeah, we got it.
Make sure that it's nice and tight here. There we go. I'm going to grab my guitar here and make my way over. Now I've got my guitar set on absolutely clean. You hear that okay?
Yep. Sure
That
can.
good?
Yep, sure can.
Okay, so we come over here and we've got it plugged in and we've got a cool little foot switch here. Now to give you an idea, this is the size of effects boxes today. And this is the size of an effects box in 1968. Now,
Yeah.
Granted, this probably does about 3 different effects, so if we took this and multiplied it by 3, that might give you a little better idea.
Sure.
So, in order for this to work at all, we got to have at least one button on, which is the guitar button. Otherwise, we don't hear anything. Now, there's a lot of buttons on here.
Yeah.
They do some really interesting things. I'll start with the color tone button. This basically just changes the tone of the guitar. There's the. Now here's the other one. But then it gets more interesting.
Well, let me ask you real quick before you go
Sure.
on. I just want to. It's the Maestro. What is it? I just want to put a text description up
Oh,
underneath
okay.
it. It's the
This is called the Rhythm and Sound for guitar.
Okay, I'm going to put it up what I have here, and then hopefully that'll be close. And then when we do this for real, we'll be able to like pre-plan this a little bit better.
Right on.
I'm discovering these things as I go about it. The colored buttons there, they seem to correspond to the colored categories up top with the dials. Is that correct?
They do.
Okay.
They do. They do, actually. Actually, I'm going to get into that in a minute.
All right. Sorry, I'm jumping the gun. Go ahead.
That's called our wah-wah button. Actually, they call it on here, they call it the wow-wow button.
The wow-wow.
W-O-W. Okay, so you got to remember this was right at the time all this stuff was coming out, right? So this was basically an auto-wah. And it's actually touch sensitive too, which is kind of cool. So depending upon how I play, it responds. Now the next one to it, this is called the echo button. Now it's not really an echo, because all it's doing basically is just repeating the sound.
Okay.
It's actually cutting it off, so it's more like a tremolo or like a vibrato.
Yeah, okay.
That you would have on an amplifier or perhaps a pedal. Now we can adjust the speed of that as well. And if we kick on the wow wow button, and we can actually adjust the wow wow button here too, as far as the speed of the wow wow. Oh. Oh, it didn't like that. And now we can kick on some of our color tones here. And then we can kick on our fuzz. And that's probably very reminiscent of the Bumblebee fuzz that Keith Richards would have used back then.
Nice.
I believe that's what he used, the Bumblebee fuzz. So this would have been out right around the same time. So the electronics would be very similar.
Okay.
Now, this thing's not just a one-trick pony. Because over here we have our accompaniment section. So we can actually, by hitting this button right here, have an accompaniment. This is bongo. And of course, we don't want to be outdone by that, so we've got our brushes here. Tambourine. And clav. This is my fun. This is the one I like the best. Now, this is where the fun begins. We can turn them all on at once. We always want to do that, right?
Oh, yeah, every button go.
Now, up here, these buttons, this orange knob here actually is the mix for the percussion, so it basically allows us to set the volume level for those accompaniments. And then this one here is basically for the octave here. This is the string bass. throw them all on just for fun.
I love it. So when you're playing that, is it expecting like the rhythm sounds that are coming out? Is it like you said, that velocity sensitive thing? So it's only firing the rhythms when it hears a certain volume of a tone that's been triggered.
It's a combination of volume and pitch.
Oh, okay.
And so basically, I don't know if you noticed or not, but when I was playing the higher notes, you didn't hear as much of the accompaniment as you did when I played the lower ones.
Yeah.
And actually, I believe the bongos don't really kick in that well until you're playing the bottom notes, right? So.
That's cool, but I like it.
Wow.
It must be distracting.
I don't know. What do you think?
That's pretty outstanding, considering that was what you said, 1968.
1968.
That's amazing. I feel like the rhythm parts, like the accompaniment parts, it would take some getting used to in terms of knowing when they're going to fire. You know.
Absolutely. This was a very raw machine back then.
Yeah.
So. The ones nowadays are driven by computers, and they actually have near artificial intelligence. So
yeah,
they know, you know, when you're making different chord moves, that type of thing, right? Or you can put them in pretty easily. With this stuff here, it's all analog.
Yeah,
and there's nothing digital about this at all.
Do you know? Was this actually used on any recordings? Do you know?
You know, I haven't been able to find anything in particular, though they were used from time to time for the fuzz.
Yeah.
The fuzz is actually really good. This is considered to be one of the better vintage fuzzes out there, and vintage fuzzes can run a lot of money.
Yeah.
This thing here right now would be worth right around $2,500.
Jeez.
Thereabouts, between $2,000 and $2,500.
So what does the foot switch activate then? If you're activating,
well, that activates the accompaniment. So if I shut this off.
Gotcha.
So you could actually kick it on and off, like you wanted to do like a verse,
yeah,
you know, and then a chorus with the little rhythm thing on, that type of thing. And of course, I'm doing it a little over the top because I've got everything running here.
Yeah,
so,
of course, yeah.
I mean, if you really wanted to get tasteful about it, you know, I suppose there's probably, I don't know, let's see what happens.
That's cool.
There we go.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's a unique instrument. It's got a different way of thinking, and it's a ton of fun to play around with.
Yeah.
The other thing you can do too is you can do something like this. Now I've also got this. I don't know. Can you see this one over here where my hand is?
No, I can see your fret hand, and that's it.
Tell you what, I'm just going to turn this around here.
Yeah.
So I did throw this because I actually had another one over here. I'll just turn this around here. That one right there.
Oh, okay.
That was the other one I was going to debut tonight.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, when I when I went to plug it in earlier this afternoon, it's got some issues.
Oh, bummer.
And unfortunately, a lot of times, a lot of this gear, because of the age of it, has issues, right? So it's got to go down to see the Mr. Repairman.
Well, Barry, I can't imagine
so anyway,
why.
What we got here is this is a Jimi Hendrix Octavia Fuzz, designed and built by Roger Meyer Industries in England, and this is an exact copy of the Fuzz that Jimi Hendrix, not Fuzz, Octaver.
Okay.
Of the Octaver. Basically, an Octaver is a fuzz.
Okay.
So to a great degree, basically what you've got one or two or three octaves added in order to create lots of harmonics, which create our fuzz, right? So if I go and turn this on here, this thing's a lot of fun.
Okay, wait a second. We can't.
What's that?
We can't see it.
You can't see it still? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I can see the corner
right
of
there.
the spaceship looking thing.
That's it. It looks like a spaceship. Exactly. Okay. I think it was kind of designed that way too.
Yeah.
Now that's some fuzz.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's reminiscent to me of like there was a band called Fu Manchu, and it's this whole stoner rock kind of new groove.
Yeah.
And they are like
those guys
super,
love this kind of stuff.
Yeah, super fuzz heavy.
So what happens when I turn this on here? Wow.
Yeah. Well, okay. What
That's
did you?
crazy.
What did you add on to that? What was that?
Well, basically, what I did was I'm running the Octaver into the rhythm and sound.
Oh, okay. So you just engaged something on the rhythm and sound. Yeah, that's cool.
Exactly. So basically, the Octaver is firing this unit here, which is also octavering the rhythm parts that I got programmed too. So that's what kind of gives it that. You don't get much fatter than that.
Yeah, that's.
I'm going to spin this back here now.
And it's amazing, you know,
There we go.
it's amazing to think about like how fundamentally these things change the way that we thought about producing sound, right? Like suddenly you had this ability to do these octave things or these fuzz things or distort the sound or crunch the sound in whatever way you wanted. And it totally changed the way that we thought about music, right?
It very much was the actual electrifying of music, right? Because previous to that, we had electric acoustic guitar. I didn't even have electric acoustic guitars back then, I don't think. So basically, it was when Bob Dylan stepped out on that stage with a Stratocaster, that changed the world.
Yeah.
And you know, and it's interesting that you know, back then all this stuff here was designed by engineers who knew nothing about music.
Yeah.
But they would consult with the artists, and they would come back to them with these different, you know, things that, you know, such as the Octaver. Roger Myers was actually an engineer in the Navy.
Oh.
And so I can't remember how it was he met Jimmy, but he became Jimmy's effects guy. So he built and designed all Jimmy's effects for him, Jimi Hendrix.
That's so cool.
Absolutely.
You know, it speaks to the idea that you can still be involved with something musically and still be involved with a project, you know, from a technological standpoint, even if you're not a musician. And I think the greatest example of that is Fender, right? Is Leo Fender. He really didn't play guitar. Yeah. He wasn't a guitar player, and yet has produced one of the most iconic, or two of the most iconic guitars in the world.
Yeah, he had a lot of, that was many years ahead of its time. There's no two ways about it. Yeah.
For sure.
Just the fact that that guitar still represents today an icon. I mean, it has a lot of different versions now. And it's, you know, everybody's had a lot of fun with it through the years, but that original iconic guitar, it remains unchanged.
Yeah.
And it's still desired by many musicians today. No two ways about it. I get calls about Fender Stratocasters all the time.
Well, yeah, naturally, yeah. And what's amazing to me is you think that rhythm and sound device is 52 years old, right? And all of the iterations or technological advances that have come after that are still producing relatively the same sound. You know, like you've got more bells and whistles, but essentially a fuzz pedal is a fuzz pedal. And it's, it takes a sine wave and makes it square. Yeah, and there are a great variety of ways of doing that, though.
Well, no, for sure,
for sure.
There's different variations of square.
For sure, but I find it interesting that, you know, we're chasing the same thing. You know, we're basically just taking that fuzz idea and we're refining it, right? Which to me it's kind of interesting how that kind of plays out. Anyway. That was so cool. See, this is like, it's rapidly becoming my favorite segment on the program. I'm like a kid in a candy store.
I have too much fun doing this.
We're gonna, but we're definitely, the very moment that we feel comfortable enough to, like, you know, visit the outside world again. I'm gonna come over to your place and we're gonna figure out the proper camera setup so that you don't have to do so much, you know, manual switching around and stuff. And then we'll definitely, yeah. I foresee,
we're gonna party, buddy.
Oh yeah, I foresee this. I foresee this working in a big way. Barry, I want to thank you so much for showing us.
Thank you, Chris,
this
again,
stuff.
and hi to everybody out there, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And, we'll look forward to doing this again next week.
Yeah, you bet. Is this a cool day and time
for
you?
Absolutely. No, absolutely. I think we're going to go for the Moog thing next week. I'm going to pull the Moog guitar out.
Oh, yeah, you are.
I was going to do that this week, but I got kind of crazy, and that one requires me to sit down and play around with it a bit to refreshen my mind on it. So,
yeah, no worries.
But it's kind of a one-of-a-kind kind of thing. So kind of tying Moog into a world that it never was into before, the guitar world. So
yeah,
I'm a big fan of Moog. I love Moog stuff.
I'm super excited. I'm super excited about it. You just have to say the word Moog to me and I'm in. That's it. You'd be like, this is my Moog electric kitchen knife. And I'd be like, it's the best kitchen knife I've ever seen. All right, my friend. Until next week, I look forward to it. Actually, so yeah, I'm going to drop you some little suggestions about ways that you can help, or I can help you maybe, in terms of, like, if we know what we're going to be doing, then having the name of the thing up there is pretty cool, right? Of what we're looking at. So yeah, I might drop you a line.
Great name, by the way. I love it.
The Bazz Menagerie? Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, absolutely, man. That's great. It just kind of rolls off your tongue.
It certainly does. It's fantastic. Like, sometimes these things I have to think about them, and other times they just immediately come out to me.
It just comes roaring out of you, buddy.
That's it. That's it.
Creative process.
All right, my friend. Until next week, then.
Well, happy birthday to Danny again.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, I'll look forward to seeing you next week, my friend.
All right. Same here.
All right.
Take care,
Rock
Barry.
on.
Bye. Well, that I'm telling you, that is like my new favorite segment of this show. As far as I'm concerned, we could just take all of the things that where I'm singing and just dump it out of the show and replace it with Barry talking about cool gear. And I would be totally fine with that. But we are going to take a short break right now, just to acknowledge some folks, and then we're going to have that song by Alison Brown, because I really, really, really dug it, and it will allow me to tend to some personal business. We'll be right back. Rockstar Music Hall is Windsor's premier event and concert hall. Turnkey productions for concerts, theater productions, trade shows, fundraisers, and home of the Rockstar Wedding. The Platinum Room Banquet Hall is a wedding and event venue featuring in-house services for everything such as catering, decorations, DJ, officiant, i.e. you can get married there, and much more. They do it all and make it easy for you, located directly above Rockstar Music Hall. Partners with and located at Platinum Ruin Rockstar Music Hall, Windsor Weddings provide wedding and event services such as live entertainment, DJ, photography, photo booths, decorating, and officiant services. The Border City Dance Company provides education in dance and performing arts under the direction of Melissa Williams. Melissa is known for her work with Prince, Britney Spears, James Franco, Sarah Gaden, Josh Gad, Elizabeth Berkley, Michael Caine, and Randy Quaid, among others, and her choreography has been featured on television in shows such as So You Think You Can Dance Canada Seasons 1 to 4, Bomb Girls, Kim's Convenience, 11/22/63, and in countless commercials for big names such as TD Canada Trust Bank, Adidas, and Sun Life Financial. Also the main stage for the 2015 Para-Pan Am opening ceremonies and the 2016 FINA opening ceremonies and gala. Border City Dance Company is located at Platinum Room and Rockstar Music Hall.
Turbines, motionless, high above the soybean ocean of the Southwest. And it's hard to believe that last night the twister hit. The twister hit. Well, it's hard to believe that last night the twister hit. Undertow off the island tip, up from Ohio, he was an all-American kid. Where the currents collide, that's where the lake unzips. It pulls and it rips. Where the currents collide, that's where the lake unzips. Some of us are here to drink. Some of us are here to listen to a dying man sing. A dying man sing. We're all drowning in something. Quickly, something familiar. Quickly, follow the and the son of our parents' prime minister is getting called out right from the stage. He's got to make that change. It's time to make that change. Some of us are here to drink. Some of us are here to listen to a dying man sing. We're all drowning in something. Shadows in the fading light. Spirals dance across endless sheets of white. There's a big blank page. What do you want to write? What do you want to write? What do you want to write? Some of us are here to drink. Some of us are here to listen to a dying man sing. We're all drowning in something. We're all drowning in something. Something more familiar. Quickly follow the unknown.
Wasn't that lovely? I love it. Absolutely love it. So good. All right. Well, I'm just kind of getting set for our next guest here. I just want to pull down something that that he's let me know about in terms of a performance. And I have to do this through YouTube, and I should have really done this while I was listening to that song, but I didn't. Lesson learned. So now you guys get to partake of my technical inability here while we figure out how this works. But it's an excellent opportunity for you guys to let me know what you want to hear next. I feel like the requests have been slow, and I can never tell, are the requests slow because you'd rather I just don't play requests? Is this what you're secretly trying to tell me? Because I could be on board with that plan. All right. Well, there we go. It looks like we've got it now. That's fantastic. At least I think we do. Do we? Where are you? Where did you go? All right. I'll have to look for it later. In the meantime, let's do some more tunes. Beep-a-doop-doop-doo. The next person I'm going to talk to is from LA. That's pretty exciting. I've been to LA. Almost didn't come home. Let's do this one. This will have a couple of beats to it. It's not bad.
Don't think sorry's easy to say. Don't try turning tables instead. You've taken lots of chances before, but I don't wanna give any more. Don't ask me, that's how it goes, 'cause part of me knows what you're thinking. Don't say words you're gonna regret. Don't let the fire rush to your head. I've heard the accusation before, but I ain't gonna take any more. Believe me, the sun in your eyes made some of the lies worth believing. I am the eye in the sky, looking at you. I can read your mind. I am the maker of rules, dealing with fools. I can cheat you blind, and I don't need to see anymore to know that I can read your mind. 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 Don't leave false illusion behind. Don't cry, 'cause I ain't changing my mind. So find another fool like before, 'cause I ain't gonna live anymore believing some of the lies, for all of the signs are deceiving. I am the eye in the sky, looking at you. I can read your mind. I am the maker of rules, dealing with fools. I can cheat you blind, and I don't need to see anymore to know that I can read your mind. 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 I am the eye in the sky, looking at you. I can read your mind.
It works a lot better when you have the full band on that one. I think we're gonna totally ixnay that one. I don't know. Kevin says it sounds good. I disagree, Kevin. We will fight. We will fight. You will win, but we will still fight. All right. Well, let's see here. I want to see if I can find this folder that I just made so that I can play this fellow. There we go. This is the fellow that we are going to have on next, and his name's Jordan, and he plays with a group called Yeti Tactics, and this is a song called Dime, which I'm very eager to listen to. Primarily because I don't know this person at all. This is like a new YouTube friend, so I'm super excited about it. But let's hear what it sounds like. What do you say? Let's have fun. We'll experiment together. It's so much more fun when we do it together. Let's see.
Just give me a chance now, baby. I can show you a good time. You gotta know that you're a dime. Just give me a chance now, baby. Let me open up your mind. You gotta know that you're a dime. We met on Friday night. Spent 1 week on my mind. Where did the time go? I texted once or twice. Got left with no reply. Is it out the window? When you move, you set me free. It's a shame that you don't see it, baby. I could be everything you need if I can get you to believe. Just give me a chance now, baby. I can show you a good time. You better know that you're a dime. Just give me a chance now, baby. Let me open up your mind. You better know that you're a dime. You're better than you know. Got used to feeling low. You got me flying. I see things that you don't. I'm trying not to show, but there's no denying. When you move, you set me free. It's a shame that you don't see it, baby. I could be everything you need if I can get you to believe. Just give me a chance now, baby. I can show you a good time. You better know that you're a dime. Just give me a chance now, baby. Let me open up your mind. You gotta know that you're a dime.
The leopard crawl at the end of that is what made it through the falling dimes. That was brilliant. I also liked the Tony Levin bass player mustache. I'm going to try that now. I'm going to like get rid of all the facial hair here. I'm just going to have the mustache. Let's see. I can see it. I can see it now. That the guy looked like me when I was that age without the crazy mustache though. All right. Well, let's go on to some songs that I can actually sing now. How about that? I feel like I might be rushing it a bit out of the gate here, coming back when I'm not necessarily 100% back yet. But I thank you for being on this journey with me and for sticking around and for being as courteous and kind as you have been. Thank you. All right. Well, this goes out to Pam Taylor and David Michael.
Levon wears his war wound like a crown. He calls his child Jesus because he likes the name, and he sends him to the finest school in town. And Levon likes his money. Makes a lot to say. Spends his days counting in a garage by the motorway. He was born a pauper to a pawn on a Christmas day when the New York Times said God is dead and the war begun. Alvin Tostig had his son today. You shall believe on, and you shall be a good man. shall believe on tradition with the family plan. And you shall believe on, and you shall be a good man. Well, ye shall believe on. Levon sells cartoon balloons in town. His family business thrives. Jesus blows up balloons all day. Sits on the porch swing, watches them fly. And Jesus, he wants to go to Venus. Leave Levon far behind. Take a balloon and go sailing. Levon slowly dies. He was born a pauper to a pawn on a Christmas day, when the New York Times said God is dead and the war begun. Alvin Tosting had his son today. And you shall believe on, and you shall be a good man. You shall believe on tradition and the family plan. And you shall believe on, you shall be a good man. We shall believe on. He was born a pauper to a pawn on a Christmas day, when the New York Times said God is dead and the war begun. Alvin Tosting had his son today. And you shall believe on, and you shall be a good man. You shall believe on tradition and the family plan. You shall believe on, shall be a good man. We shall believe on. All right. Well, hello there, Victoria and Faith Van Arnhem. Thank you very much. Great sound. Thank you. And I sound great. I don't know about that, but I sound like something. That's for sure. We are 5 minutes away. 5 minutes away from our final guest of the evening. I can't believe how fast this time has flown by. Well, let's see if I can figure this out. feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord, and I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord, oh Lord. Well, when you told me you were drowning, I would not lend a hand. I see your face before, my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. When I was there and I saw what you did, saw with my own two eyes, so you can wipe off that grin. I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, and I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Well, I remember, don't worry. How could I ever forget? It's the first time, the last time we ever met. But I know the reason why you keep this silence up. No, you don't fool me. The hurt doesn't show, but the pain still grows. Some stranger to you than me. And I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, and I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, and I've been waiting for this moment all my life. Oh Lord, oh Lord, I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, oh Lord, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Lord, 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 I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, oh Lord.
There we go. A little bit of Charlie Brown. I put in there Charlie Brown because if you ever picture Phil Collins with a a yellow sweater with a black zigzag, he looks exactly like Charlie Brown. All right. Well, I stepped on my other guest's toes by about a minute and a half, so I hope he's not going to be too upset with me. I'm just going to try to get him in touch here. Make sure that we can communicado. All right, perfect. I've got him in there. I'm going to switch him away from the pants cam in deference to keeping everybody sane. We'll switch him to the face cam, so at least he's got slightly better view. and then we will bring him over. I am talking to Mr. Jordan Sherman. Jordan, are you there?
Yeah, what's going on, Christopher?
Hey, nice to meet you virtually.
You too.
First, let me ask the most important question that I'm asking of all the guests, and that is, everybody near you and around you okay? Everybody happy and healthy?
Doing good, yeah.
Excellent. Okay, well,
yeah.
You are from a major metropolitan area, and I mean a major metropolitan area in the sense that most of us only aspire to be in one of these metropolitan areas. And I want to ask you, what's the social climate there like right now? How's everybody kind of handling it?
You know, it's different every day, and it's also depending on who you're around and everything like that. My neighbors are all super cool. Everybody's pretty relaxed. We're all going for runs and, you know, enjoying the neighborhood and the nice weather. And, you know, the grocery store's a little weird. I had to go to the post office today, and, you know, tensions are definitely high between staff and people. Like, everybody's a little irritable, but for the most part, it feels pretty supportive here.
That's good to know, because, you know, oftentimes we think of our neighbors to the south as, you know, we tend to do whatever we want and in the most belligerent way possible. So, you know, I'm glad to hear that things are not quite at that level yet. Are you finding that, though, there is a general sense of people that are kind of, you know, getting a little bit antsy at this whole lockdown thing?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm friends with, like, my whole community is just musicians. So, you know, we've been touring for years and years and years, so that's all gone. So, and I think a lot of people were actually took a welcome break from it, and, you know, to be able to just chill and, like, you know, do some creations or whatever they weren't doing. It was an opportunity to do it, and that was the sense that I got from most people. But it also definitely is getting to be old now. Yeah. Like, you can, it's going on for so long.
Yeah, there's only so much forced vacation we can all enjoy before we go a little batshit crazy.
Exactly. Yep.
Well, tell me about the touring thing. Like, you know, how far out has this thing been canceled for you? Like, did you have gigs pushed back months now, or because no one wants to use the C word, right? Everybody wants to use postponed instead of canceled.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've had plenty canceled for sure. Because some of my big gigs, like, I do a lot of work in Vegas, so I'm there at least once or twice a month at the MGM or at the House of Blues and inside Mandalay Bay or anything like that, and all that's just completely wiped, obviously. The first gig that I have officially back on the books, and this might be subject to change, but I'm directing a show, like a pop diva show in Oregon. So I'm just going to be in the band and putting together the tracks and, you know, being the MD. But that's July 17th. We'll see if that actually happens or not. I don't know.
It seems a little close. How did you wind up, you know, doing what you're doing in terms of, you know, obviously making a living at it, and you know, playing in Vegas is nothing to shake a stick at. So how did you kind of evolve into moving out to the coast where it all happens and making it happen?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty long story, honestly. I mean, my origins, I grew up in Florida, and then come college age, I moved to Windsor because my grandparents live in Leamington.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's the connection here, and that's why, you know my friend Chuck Diab.
I do, yes.
Yeah, so he's the one. He said you have to talk with Chris because you guys will have a good time. So that's
cool.
That's the whole tie there. But I went to University of Windsor for jazz piano, and then in Windsor was where I started gigging. I was playing one of my first, like, regular gigs was a place called Billy's in Sandwichtown.
Oh yes, I know Billy's.
Yep. And then obviously all the spots in Windsor, the regular digs, you know, the Dugout, and then I played with Chuck a bunch. But one of my first really good gigs that was, like, required me to, like, really step up was I was doing dueling pianos with Kelly Oche.
Okay, yeah.
So that was a pretty big step forward. And then I moved to DC to follow an ex-girlfriend, and I was gigging there and teaching lessons. So always kind of doing music full time, but, you know, but half gigs, half lessons, trying to just figure out how to make enough money.
Sure.
And then it was about 5 years ago that I made the choice to come to LA and go in full hog. And so the reason it's been so great here is obviously networking, but also I have an agent who takes care of a lot of my grunt work, and it keeps me super, super busy. I have more gigs than I need, for sure. And that's all because of this guy. So
Wow, that's amazing, because usually you hear, quite the opposite. Usually you hear you move out to LA to make it in the scene, and it's you become best known as that waiter who occasionally plays piano on the side. So
Yeah.
I know, good for you for making that work. That's fantastic. What advice would you give to somebody who wants to follow your lead out there and wants to make a name for themselves? Is it, because you're kind of describing the whole perfect fairy tale moment, right? What's
Yeah.
what's the other side of that look like?
I've heard a lot about that, and obviously a ton of people were telling me that it wasn't going to work for me. My first gig was in a liquor store in Toluca Lake, which is in the valley over here, like not even LA proper. That was like the first gig that I managed to get online. But, being a generous person helps a lot, and being there for people and having friends. Like, you're only as good as the people who are around you. So, like, I'm really fortunate now that my community is all extremely successful people, and it's like, we all help each other. We're all there. If they need somebody to go on tour with them, give me a call, and vice versa. And it's all about community. Like, without that, I would have nothing. So.
Yeah. Well, that's very selfless of you to say, and that certainly doesn't jive with the LA culture that I experienced when I was in LA briefly. But then again, I was in North Hollywood, so it was very much a plastic everything kind of town. What would you say? Yeah. What would you say the level of musicianship is like there? And I'll give you a little bit of a why I'm asking this question. So many of us think, wouldn't it be nice just to up and go down to Nashville and sit around and join a band down there? And until you realize that when you go to Nashville, the people that are sleeping on the street are 50 times the musician that you're ever going to be, and the competition is so fierce with so many top-notch players. Is it like that in LA as well?
Oh, 100%. But the thing is that you'd be surprised at how many people are actually versatile in what they do and are open to doing maybe things that they, don't want to do necessarily, or, for example, just being able to sing. Like, if I was just a piano player, I'd be having a much harder time, So all of those things really contribute to if it'll happen or not. And again, like, your spirit that you bring to any room that you're in is just as important. I talked to so many people who they would choose somebody slightly lower caliber because they enjoy being around this person,
Sure. So what you're telling me is that if I really work on it, become a really great hang, then I could actually make it in LA. That's what you're telling me. That's what I'm picking up from this conversation.
That's all you need. No skills. Yeah.
Well, clearly, if you went to jazz piano at the university and you played with Kelly Oche, then I apologize for any piano playing you may have heard me try to attempt during this whole segment.
Yep.
Tell me about the Yeti Tactics. Tell me about that band. Where did that band name come from? That just seems so bizarre. And then where did the concept for this video come from?
Yeah, so again, everything's kind of a long story. I think if you ask anybody in music, the origins are all pretty deep. But the band itself, when I first moved out here, a part of the move was a couple of my buddies made the move with me, and one of those guys I grew up with, best friend in high school, talented guy, really like visually creative. Also, he's a bass player and just has great taste in music and all this stuff. So we decided that we would definitely join forces when we first moved here. And our band was called Olympic at the time, which is a horrible fucking band name, because good luck finding that, on the internet.
Yeah.
In the world of search engine optimization, that's just a pretty foul maneuver. So over time, we just kept thinking about it, and we actually came up with this name that we totally forgot about. But in high school, we'd play pranks on each other, like somebody be hanging with a girl, like trying to make something happen on the beach. We had like these secret spots, and somebody would be in a bush ready to spray them with a hose or something, and we actually called that Yeti Tactics.
Nice.
Yeah.
The Yeti, of course, being known for its subterfuge and graceful ninja-like ability. Yeah.
Yep. So that was it kind of came back, and also as far as search engine optimization is concerned, it's the only thing out there. So it was a wise move. And then we've been making records. We put out a full album like 2 years ago, a bunch of singles. That song I showed you that's like our most recent video that we did, which is old now, but it's actually an exact replica ripoff of the Hall & Oates music video for I Can't Go For That.
I was going to say it seemed eerily familiar, and I was totally digging the Tony Levin mustache, and then I realized that no, wait, that's like an Oates mustache. That's what
an
that
Oates
is.
stash all the way. Yeah.
That is your Oates.
And I'm sure you know this too, but like we go through these periods as artists and musicians, and we take ourselves really seriously. And we had kind of come through some of that because of just the pressure here to always like look your best, always all those things that kind of add up, and you end up trying to be cool and you're not even cool.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, how many band photos can you do this in? You know, like that type of thing. Yeah. So we decided to have fun with it and just kind of make something just for us and for our fans who can enjoy it. And it was a really successful video for that. Like everybody loved it. So
yeah, it's a lot of, you can feel the fun energy coming through it for sure. Yeah, it was brilliantly done. A lot of what we hear a lot of times about, you know, the LA scene is how fake it is, or how phony it is, and I mean that in the sense that like people wear two faces very readily. Has that been your experience, or are we just, is that a stereotype that needs to die?
No, it's both. It's there. It's ever present for sure. But it doesn't really have to be your experience, and also recognizing it is huge. I mean, so one of my main gigs in town is at a steakhouse called Mastro's, and it's like a really, really high-end spot. It's in Beverly Hills. There's a trio on the second floor and then a duo on the penthouse floor, and it's like every night live music. Like it's very, very happening spot. Celebs all the time. I don't like the list of people who I've played for in that place is crazy, but I'll meet people who are attending or clientele who immediately my card and say they're going to change my life, and I just laugh, you know, like I would nod my head and I'm nice to them, but I also recognize that everything that I want out of my career I'm going to have to do for myself. So that's it took me a minute. There was a few opportunities that seemed like they could be potentially real in the beginning, and you kind of get built up, and you also realize that people just kind of like being that outward, friendly, like seemingly generous person, even though they might not even be able to do anything necessarily. So I don't think it's poorly intentioned. I think both my people are not like that. You know, we're all very easy to talk to and normal, and none of that weird shit.
Yeah. I get that vibe from you that you know you're pretty genuine. It's just it just strikes me as not the LA that I saw, which was very much a, you know, again, it's my plastic coating. You know, when you get me home, we can pull off the plastic coating and whatever. When you meet these celebrities and you meet these famous people that just happen to be there because that's where they live. How quickly does the shine wear off, in the sense that, you know, did you or do you still get starstruck by these folks, or do you realize that, hey, they're just folks out for a dinner date or whatever, and I'm just providing some entertainment and they seem to dig it?
Yeah, it was a pretty short switch. Like I remember the first few people I saw, especially when I was singing, was like, you know, it felt like such a huge deal to have Post Malone see me performing, you know, or to have Robin Thicke come on stage with me and take my mic while I'm playing Lost Without You. You know what I mean? Like, pretty cool shit, but you definitely get desensitized pretty quick because it happens so much. And I've been out here 5 years now. So, I mean, sometimes it doesn't even register. And because I play with, it's not a solo gig that I do. I'm with either one vocalist or another vocalist and a guitar player too. And, you know, some of them are younger and they'll recognize like YouTube stars or people like that, and I don't even know who they are. So I'm like, I'm kind of more and more absolved of all that bullshit too. So
yeah, well, I mean, the good thing for you is the YouTube stars have like their basically 58 seconds worth of fame, right? So,
yeah.
So let me ask
super short shelf life.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, let's just ask it right out of the gate, I guess. You know, which is so who's the biggest name person that you bumped shoulders with, and how did that happen, and was it comfortable or uncomfortable?
I'll give you two stories. So the most uncomfortable was actually John Legend, and it was because his daughter ran up to the piano and was loving it, and I could tell he wanted to love it too, but he also didn't really want to be seen. So it was one of those moments where he just did everything he could to not even make it really known that he was there. And meanwhile, I'm like, all right, now I know I just can't play any John Legend songs tonight. Like, that would be whack to do.
Sure.
And yeah, just like that was a little bit also for me being a singing piano player. It was kind of a big deal, you know, and
Sure.
and a part of me wanted that recognition from him to at least give him a head nod or something, you know, like a lot of them do, you know.
Yep.
But I also understand where he's coming from too. But that was one of those moments where I was like, fuck, like it would have been nice to have at least gotten some acknowledgement.
Yeah.
And then this, you might actually find this funny. This just popped in my head, but this was a couple of years ago. You know Sebastian Bach?
Yes. Well, not personally, but I know of him, yes.
So he's from Peterborough, Ontario, and he was at my gig. It was the night of the Super Bowl, and he was so friendly. He was like, man, you got such a great voice. He came, sat down, we had a drink, you know, really cool. And I find out later that night that he got into a Twitter battle with Adam Levine that same night over Adam's Super Bowl performance. It was pretty funny. I was like, damn. Yeah.
And you were there
he
at
hit
ground
the line
zero.
a little too hard that night, yeah. But and then there's one other. There's so many actually, but I'm trying to think of another moment that was really cool. Wayne Brady's one of the nicest people I've ever met.
I can kind of see that, but yeah, it's good to know that that's a real thing. And
Really
not just a
cool.
persona.
And Jamie Foxx is super fucking cool. Yeah, I don't want to turn the show into that, but it keeps going.
Yeah. Well, listen, no fear of that because I met Mr. Dressup. Okay, so I'm not affected by any of your big name celebrities down there. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about writing, and you know, I want to ask this question of all the folks that do writing, because I tend to think, you know, as songwriters, we're very emotionally attached to the world around us, and we kind of wear our hearts on our sleeves, and often we allow, you know, external influence to kind of color the way that we're writing. So when we're living among this kind of fear, I guess, or uncertainty or worry, do you find that external pressure kind of works its way into your writing, or do you use your writing as a shield to kind of keep all this stuff at bay?
Both. It's so far I've already put 2 songs out during this time under my own name because I was just here making stuff, and all of those lyrics were totally informed, and the whole feeling of it was informed by what's happening too. But it gives you an opportunity to spin things in your favor too, because one song's called Island, and it's about feeling isolated and depressed, and then the next song's called Fine Inside, and it's about being trapped with your lover and making the most of at least being with one person you love, you know?
Yeah.
So there's constant push and pull between that, but I think the biggest thing that I've recognized in myself is I definitely thrive on experience as a huge part of the writing process, and right now experience is like it's just gone. So
yeah.
So I have to like get super baked and like just kind of go inward if I want to get any actual inspiration happening.
Sure. Which is interesting because basically what you're talking about is the inhibition barrier and dropping that, right? You need to get past the self and look past the self in order to get kind of in touch with the inner flow that's happening, right?
Yep.
When you're doing that, how do you find that you approach writing mainly? Do you approach it through a chord structure first, or a melody that pops in your head, or are you a lyrically driven fellow that has to kind of make everything else fit the lyrics first?
It's different every time, and I have a few different projects. So Yeti Tactics is one. I have another band called Strange Birds, which is like very avant-garde, strange stuff. My solo stuff, and then I write and produce with other artists. Like also, it's half of my life besides touring and gigging, and it's different every single time. I think, especially when you're doing co-writing, like you said, getting out of the way is the biggest thing you can do, and it's about riding momentum and kind of saying yes to as much as possible. And I'm like very, very accustomed to, I'm trying to think of the best way to put this, but especially when you're working with another artist, like you want everything to feel like it's their idea. So by saying yes to them, and then I know exactly the answer to the question for this, the solution to this thing.
Yeah.
And I'm just waiting for the perfect moment to drop it so that I know it'll be received properly. And co-writing is a whole different process. Solo writing. But if you were to tell me, hey, I need a song in 2 hours. What are you going to do? I'll start with 100% start with harmony, chords first, start singing a melody, see what kind of words come out of that melody, piece the words together based on that flow, and then rewrite the lyrics if necessary, if I want to actually say something that's less stream of consciousness and more has a point in a story.
Yeah.
You know?
How important is it when you're writing with a co-writer that you are on the same page? And I guess where the more articulate question, I can't even think of the word articulate. The more articulate question would be, do you find that a harmonious writing partner is favored over someone that you kind of butt heads with? Do you find that the struggle to compose together makes a better product in the end, or is it easier if you both just agree all the time?
I think on the writing side, the more you can agree, the better. On the production side, I think it's a little easier to get into the nitty-gritty and kind of like fight over tones and things like that, because that is going to completely be the brand of what the product ends up being. And I also need to be challenged on that front sometimes, because it's really easy to be happy with some of the first stuff you get. And not that that's bad, but being challenged is great. And the same goes for writing too. But I think, I've been in plenty of sessions where it's just like, I don't know what the deal is, but for some reason this person doesn't seem to want to come to a solution. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Speaking of being challenged, often our artists are uncomfortable around the role of the producer, right? Because they come with their craft and their art and this expression of themselves and their soul, and the producer says, that sounds good, but if you want it to really be marketable, you got to add this drop beat here, you got to cut this time, or you got to add a synth here or whatever. How challenging was it for you to realize that sometimes your ideas need to be malleable in order to market them, right? Because there's making music for the sake of making money, there's making music for the sake of making music, and then there's making music for the sake of both. And where do you kind of fall in on that, or do your multiple projects allow you to be a little varied?
Having multiple projects was the best thing that I ever did, because for a minute, Yeti Tactics was kind of my only funnel for everything. And if you listen to our first album, it's got commercial moments, it's got some really fucking weird moments, some complete like heavy metal moments that don't even make sense for what we do, you know what I mean? But had to go there. And I think knowing what it is the best thing you can do, and finding that is really, really difficult. But if you have the slightest idea of what your goal is, if it's just to make music that you love, make sure the producer knows that, you know what I mean? And sure you work with a producer who does that, because like I'm currently making another solo album. I just signed a deal with a company called Audio Network that does really big syncing and licensing. They're based out of the UK. Their number one clients, BBC and Viacom out here. And they commissioned me to do a record. And it's the first record of mine that I'm not producing. And the guy they enlisted to do it, he's fantastic. He's insane. He's done U2. He's done Switchfoot. The new stuff he does is One Republic. Like really big, awesome stuff. And I could, like, if you listen to my demos, I bet most musicians would probably like my demos more than what he's doing to them, because it doesn't feel like me. That said, that's why he's been brought on, is to make it the most commercial product that it can be. And I made this album with intention to sell it. Like, that's why I made the album, you know?
Yeah.
And like you said, it's knowing that makes it a lot easier. And like, I write these songs quickly, I turn them in, I have an A&R team look them over. They decide which ones are best, which ones are the most commercially viable. And it's kind of weird when you're making art, but it's I've gotten really good at taking criticism too on that front, and just knowing if the criticism's coming from a marketing front or if it's coming from an artistic front.
Sure.
Just navigating those waters. You just be smart. Just try to be as awake to what's happening as you possibly can.
There was an indie flick here a while back called Road Racers, and in it there was it was like a period piece, like a shtick from like the 50s, right? So you had the greasers and all that kind of stuff, and the one character that was played by David Arquette was the greaser, and he was the rock and roller, and he discovered that he discovered the distortion sound and so on and so, and he really idolized this one band that played this kind of dive bar gig. And he got invited to join the band when they got a record deal. And of course, when they got a record deal, they got all clean and polished up, and everything was totally different, and the sound was totally changed. Do you find that that's the case? Like you said, if most musicians would listen to your demos, they would get a totally different feel for it than the commercial stuff. How hard is it for you to put that part of it aside and just say, okay, I am making this record just for the dollar value, rather than, because at some point you still have to stand on that stage and present those songs, right? And is it difficult to come to from a place of being genuine if you feel like, well, this wasn't really the best representation of the work?
It's definitely a fear, for sure. Fortunately, the person who's doing this, even though they're like me, it sounds probably better in terms of just overall quality. You know what I mean? And then also, again, just be prolific. Like for me, turning in 6 songs for an album that I'm signed, that they paid a producer to finish, that they're paying for all the engineering, they're going to pay for all the marketing, and they're going to get it into these libraries and get it onto Netflix and HBO and all this other bullshit. I can spare 6 songs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's if I spent my whole life making those 6 songs, I would not have signed this deal, because I don't even own this material. Once, like, I signed over the rights to this material.
Oh, I see. Okay.
For the chance to make some real money.
Yeah. Yeah. We have a question in the comments here that I want to read out. It's addressed.
Yeah, sure.
It's addressed to me, but I think it's meant for you. It says it's from Diego Camelo. By way of writing, what's the one piece of gear or software that you can't do without?
Well, for writing, all you need is a guitar or a piano. Like, that's, when it comes to songwriting, that's going to be your best bet for getting your best songs, because melody and lyric is the most important thing. So I happen to do a lot of my writing in Ableton because I like the looping of it. I pull samples for inspiration, but it's because I'm a producer also. If I was just a writer, I wouldn't even mess with that. I would just be on piano or guitar and just trying to get the best lyrics and the best melodies.
Yeah.
That would be my only thing.
In terms of the performance aspect of it, and this is something I always want to ask, especially people who have been touring on their own material as well, is there, when you perform a particular song that you've written in the past, let's say, and you're performing it for the 50th time or the 100th time or the 20th time or whatever, do you go back to a certain place in your mind of a particular instance where you perform that song? Like, you remember maybe the first time you wrote the chorus and you were sitting out on a fire escape, or the first time you played it out to friends and they went, wow, that's really good, or is it just different every time?
I think I purposely try to tap into the essence of what you're talking about. Like, I don't know that I go back to that particular moment and like try to recreate it, but you have to remember that, or at the very least have a relationship with your material that in the moment it still means something to you, and it could mean something different. But I think you run the risk of, if you play it a lot, of numbing out to it and not even experiencing it the way you should. And I think being present is the best thing you can possibly do, and because then it leaves yourself open to interpretation. You won't get as bored, and you can also tap into new emotions, and the song can take on a whole new meaning for you, depending on where you're at in your life.
Yeah, absolutely. And it may even lead to some kind of reinvention of that tune later on, right? Like you had the Elton John Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy album, which was basically the story of their existence up till that point, and then he releases the Captain and the Kid later, which is the sequel to that, which drew upon all those. It's just interesting how you can take the same ideas and evolve them over time, right? What if given the choice, because you play to so many different people and play to so many different environments and so many different songs, given the choice, that may be difficult to answer, but given the choice, what's one song that you would just never play again if you had the if you were able to do it? Just like, please, I would rather light myself on fire than play this song.
Oh, it's got to be Piano Man. I mean, fuck. You know, granted, when you play it,
yeah,
and it's and a whole bar is going insane, and there's, you know, it's like I can appreciate what that song does, but I also hate myself every time I do it. So, yeah.
No, I'm there. I'm sorry. I'm just doing the mental checklist of all the songs that I've said that to myself over time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me, and it can be quick, anecdotal even, and it doesn't have to be specific in terms of places or people, but your best and worst touring experience.
Okay. It's a huge gambit of different things. I think overall my favorite tour I've done so far was my friend Monique Benabou. We toured Australia for a month, and it was very kind of DIY shows, very small, intimate, and we had a spoken word artist traveling with us too. So it was like very different, and she's quite the hippie, like very conscious soul music is what she does. And it's just the two of us on stage, and whenever she takes the stage, you know, talk about what we were talking about with the songs before, it's a completely new experience every time she performs. And we drop into the energy of the room. If it's feeling kind of heavy and like something's up in the room, she'll address it, and she'll let that come through her. And every performance is so unique, and it requires me to actually really truly listen to what's happening, because if she wants to slow down, if she's trying to hang on a word longer, if she's very dynamic as well. So we'll go from this huge belty moment to the tiniest little whisper, and that's so exciting for me, because I feel like it's actually you're getting more out of what I am capable of than just playing a song.
Sure.
It's like it's tapping into an actual moment and being there for these people that you see them have these crazy full body like experiences in the crowd. There's tears, there's you name it, and it's just me and it, like her and a guitar, you know. It's wild.
Yeah, that's amazing.
That was probably my all-time favorite touring experience so far, and also just being in Australia for a month and meeting everybody. And because it was DIY, you know, we weren't on a bus, we were staying with people and meeting all kinds of new friends, and you know, it was one of those things I'll never forget ever. It was so special.
My very best friend in the world moved to Tweeds Head West, Australia, and I politely reminded him as he was boarding the plane that 9 out of the 10 deadliest animals in the world live there. So enjoy.
Jesus. Yeah. No, it's a crazy place.
What about
and then as far as worst?
Yeah, worst. Yeah.
I've had a few. But I'm actually, to bring it back, since I'm talking to, you know, a Windsor, Southern Ontario person here, and a friend of Chuck's, I was actually, and if he's watching, he'll appreciate this too. We were playing, him and I were playing a duo show at Lefty's Lounge on Olette.
Yep.
And I don't know, I ate some chicken and rice and cheese out of my fridge.
Yeah. I can see where this is going already.
And it all seemed fine. And then I pack up the car, I drive down from my house to Olette, and as I get there, I call Chuck and I straight up am like, yo, like, can you park my car? Like, I don't know what to do. Like, so he comes running out. I just bolt to the bathroom, and I'm just destroyed, like completely gutted. And it's not stopping, and the show has to go on. And we ended up just putting a bucket on the stage. I am drenched in sweat. The place is starting to fill up with people, and we just started playing, and I survived, but I don't know how. They had a fan blowing on me. I was just dripping sweat, trying to not shit my pants. It was horrible.
And the people in the audience are probably like, that guy is so into what he's doing right now. Look at him. He's sweating.
Just every ounce of it. The same way I spend every ounce of my attention listening to the nuances of Monique's performance was me trying to not shit in that day.
I'm sorry. I'm imagining like the furtive glance over to the bucket every now and then. Like we're best friends now.
Yep.
me and the bucket. Oh man. I've got another question here in the comments if you're okay with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Diego asks again, Jordan, do you recall at what point in time it hit you when you were able to say to yourself that you were able to make a living making music? It must have been an incredible feeling not to have to punch in and out at a normal job.
Well, I'm super, super fortunate in that during university, because of knowing Chuck, because my grandparents lived in Leamington, I was teaching really, really young. And because I had been studying piano since I was 4, so I was actually a teacher at what is now the Lesson Lounge in Leamington. And so I always used that as like a way to supplement the gigs, right? So I've actually never had a real job.
Well,
that said,
don't say real job. You've never had a normal job.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But that said, it was a big moment when I moved here and I kind of made the conscious decision to not teach anymore. Because coming from DC, I was teaching like 30 kids a week. And I realized that that was going to take away from, like, I could still gig and do that, but like my creative side was definitely destroyed by all that. And I made that decision, and it was a little scary, but it really did pay off in the end. And it was like, again, you talk about the fairy tale version of LA. Like, I feel really fucking lucky. I'm not gonna deny that.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
I want to ask you a bit on the personal side. Nothing grossly personal. Just moving away from music for a second. But
I'm an open book, man.
Okay,
it's all good.
Perfect. Well, just a lot of folks are. We suddenly, everybody now globally has found all this extra time thrust upon us, and some of us know what to do with it. Some of us start crazy internet talk shows and talk to people we've never met before. Some of us, live stream. Some of us create. Other folks are having a real struggle trying to figure out how to keep themselves emotionally, spiritually, and physically present, I guess.
Yep.
How are you passing the time? And is there something you might be able to, suggest to people as a way to keep themselves in the moment?
Well, I'm not always in the moment, that's for sure. I have some days that are definitely worse than other days. A good example here is like my girlfriend. She got fully laid off, is not a creator by any means, or it has that type of, like for me, my job, half the time I don't get paid for my job anyway. So I've always been self-motivated. So that's where you and I think, are going to be experiencing something similar along that front. But like for her, filling the time was kind of, it became a bit of a thing. Like, oh shit, like you spent so much time working so hard at your job, and now that that's gone,
yeah.
The first little bit was like a breath of fresh air, like a vacay, right? But then we started doing some things together because it helped me too. We did journaling exercises together, where we would take these prompts, these writing prompts, and dive in and spend some time just writing about whatever these prompts were saying. There was also a meditation journal that we did, followed by actual meditations, and all these things that really did help. And it just makes the rest of the day feel that much better. And then exercise is huge. Like if you have the time, like now's the time to do something. And it doesn't even mean you have to go ballistic. It means take a nice super long walk with your partner,
Yeah.
Enjoy being outside. And then, some people are doing puzzles. I like reading too. So but the problem is just, I think for a lot of people, we're so used to the pace of life. And then when that pace slows down, it gets a little crazy. And I'm feeling that too, because my pace was insane. I was in Vegas every other week and doing gigs 5-6 nights a week and meeting celebs all the time. But I think this is what my real advice would be. And this is the hard thing.
Sure.
Is like actually try to find something you love. Like that's near impossible for most people, I think. And it's kind of a shame. And fortunately, they have people, each other is what most people kind of rely on, I think, for that source of happiness and that life source. I've always been able to get it from within myself, because I don't know if it's being an only child or being a creator or whatever it is. Like, I feel lucky that I am excited to wake up every day, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But it's one of those things. I think just try meditation, try just breathing straight up. Take 6 deep breaths uninterrupted where you just focus on that breath. See what happens, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And you touched on something that I think is really important, and that is we're also consumed by this rat race that we involve ourselves in, and that we always put these things that we want to do for ourselves to the side. And for some reason, when we're given that opportunity, we don't recognize it right away, right? We're still busy trying to hang on to that rat race. But yeah, absolutely. At this point, try writing, try painting, try sculpting, try anything that you've ever wanted to do, but you never have been given the time because you're too busy trying to make widgets 40 hours a week. Well, guess what? The widget making time is over for right now. Find this other thing, and you may find that it's something that you're inherently really good at.
Yeah.
I want to ask you this question, just because you come from a larger world of gigging than I do. These larger tours that, this was supposed to be a great summer for concerts, right? And I was so excited that I was going to go see all these tours and shows, and they've all been canceled or postponed. Given the amount of time that a big show like the big name acts take to ramp up, do you think that there will be an excellent opportunity for smaller, more independent guys to kind of swoop in and fill that entertainment void that's going to be there because all these other big acts are being canceled?
100%. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if gatherings over 200 people are not even allowed for this foreseeable future. So it might only be the Viper Room that you can even go see a show if you want, Yeah. So I think everybody should be gearing up to try to put together a good show and see what happens. And I think also the hunger be entertained is going to be great.
Yeah.
So, and they're not going to be able to have Coldplay do it for you. So
I agree. And it comes to the point, a little bit where you wonder if the big name acts are going to come down from the pedestal a little bit, right? In order to kind of satisfy the people that want it to be entertained, or is it an opportunity for the rest of us to kind of sneak up in there when they're not looking? I have one last question from the comments. If you're still cool for time.
Oh, I'm chilling. It's early here compared to you, so.
Yeah, well, true, but I don't. Your time is valuable. I don't want to waste it. Again, it's from Diego. He says, the companies that you're working with, are they asking you to give them cookie cutter or what's in style of music, or are they giving you creative permissions to go ahead with what you feel at the time?
Both. Yeah. For this particular deal, and this is not normal. This wouldn't be like if I signed to Atlantic, this would not be the case. But this is a different type of situation that's really advantageous for somebody like me who is prolific and who writes their own shit and can produce their own shit too. But I got a brief from this company that said straight up, like, we're looking for this type of music, and they listed 4 artists, and I'll tell you, it was Ed Sheeran, Shawn Mendes, Maroon 5, and something else. Oh, Charlie Puth. And I happen to sing like most of those guys, so it was pretty natural and easy, and sure. I think that's why they sent me that brief too. I got hooked up with them because they knew what I was up to and that I was creating all the time, and I was sending this A&R guy demos all the time, and then it was a song that was not like that intention wasn't even there. It just, I sent him a song that happened to fit in that mode. And they don't tell you what to make the songs about. They don't tell you anything about your melodies. They don't tell you any of that. All they want is it to be in this certain style because they're lacking that in their library at the moment.
Right.
And they don't want to pay, for one single commercial placement or something, Ed Sheeran $50,000 when they can pay me $10,000, which is, pretty nice. So, but it's a really good question, and I think I actually kind of liked it because as someone who, I'm all over the place, as you may have gathered from my projects and my multitude of interests, being told what's needed was good for me.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, it's like a focus, right? It narrows down your immense possibilities into, oh, you're just looking for this. Great. Let's concentrate on
Yep.
that.
Exactly. And they didn't sign me as a person. They signed this particular project. So as soon as this project's over, if that's not for me anymore, that's it. It's fine, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that was another reason why I was down to give it a shot, because it seemed like there was just no risk at all and only upsides. And it's been incredible. I mean, hearing these songs come back from a producer as good as Steve Wilmot, who's doing all this stuff for me, is like, I feel so lucky, and it wouldn't happen unless I could look at that brief and not throw up from seeing that's what, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Diego says, sorry, I forgot to read off the last part of that. Was he wishes you continued success and congratulations as well, as I'm sure do we all.
Oh, thank you, man.
Because it's always
thanks for the questions too, Diego.
Yeah, it's great when I'm going to say one of our own, because I count myself in that performer category, but you know, it's great when one of our own is able to do the things that really matter to them and move them forward with their craft and make a living at it. I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, thanks, man. It's been super, super fun. Again, I feel insanely lucky, and every day I just try to be extremely grateful for everything that has happened and that will happen, and that I'm surrounded by creative people who are at the top of their games too. And even though you might not know who they are today, like, they're all right there too. So
yeah,
it's I feel super, super lucky. That's all I can say about it. And I think anytime you get to do the thing you love, you should try to hold that frame. And I know it can be hard when you're playing to an empty shit bar, or when you release that song on Spotify and it never crosses that 1,000 listen threshold. Like,
yeah.
I've been there so many fucking times, but there's endless upsides, you know, and just focusing on what you are doing. It's kind of a direct correlation to this COVID stuff too. It's like, what can you do? What hasn't been taken from you? You know, it's just, how can you spin your situation to benefit you? And I think that's probably one of my greatest strengths besides playing music, you know?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this, 2 more questions, and then I'll let you get back to what I'm assuming is a gorgeous LA evening.
Perfect. Yep.
And I'll try not to be too jealous as I sit here in the near zero conditions of Windsor, Ontario. But as a piano player, I'm always interested to find out from other people.
Yeah. So the first, like, obviously Elton John was really big when I was a kid. Like, that was like what I was, between The Lion King and just like hearing that, I wanted to play all that stuff really early on. But then my first real pianist that I kind of fell for and started playing was like a bunch of Thelonious Monk stuff. When I was like 14, 15 is when I discovered him, and that was like just insane. And then from there, some of my favorites, I don't know, like, I think Bill Evans is one of my favorites for sure. I've done all the Chick Corea exercises. I've never actually played Chick Corea pieces other than Spain, obviously. But Chick, Herbie, Bill Evans, Monk. Right now, I guess actually, but you asked who inspired me the most, and it was Bill Evans in the beginning, because he has a song called Periscope. That was one of the first songs that I could actually comp and solo on at the same time, and
nice.
It opened up a whole new world to me of what was possible. And then I listened to his album Alone. Have you heard that?
No, but I will listen to it.
It's just him on the piano, and it's these beautiful, beautiful arrangements. And I started learning some of those, and like that changed my whole understanding of harmony. And like, he's using tenths constantly in his left hand, and the how to incorporate melodies into the harmonies, and like it was just the most inspiring shit I had ever heard up to that point. And like, that's what made me want to actually further pursue the piano side of it. And even though now I hardly do any of that shit, I play pop songs, you know.
Yeah. I was gonna say tenths, so you have to have a pretty wide grip. That's like, yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I got long, skinny fingers here.
Yeah, same here. So there we go.
Yeah.
You see, we couldn't have done anything else except play stride piano or basketball or bass guitar. That's really the only
Yep.
thing we could do
Yep.
with our lives. And the last question is more of a sociological question, and that is, and it's just nice to hear it from different demographics as well, because I've heard a lot, obviously, of the folks that are local around my area, but it's nice to hear it from other places as well. And that is that we all know the guidelines, we know what we're supposed to do and what we're not supposed to do, but just from your own social barometer, what are the things that you think people should or shouldn't be doing right now? And if we are doing something, is there something we could be doing better?
Yeah. I'd say if you're sick, and this should go, like, the stuff I'm going to say is going to actually go beyond these times. This is just what humanity should be doing in general. If you're sick, don't leave the fucking house. If you absolutely have to leave the house, you should wear a mask, in these times, like, it's weird because the guidelines are pretty, I don't know what it's like in Windsor, but in LA, they say you can walk your dog. It's like, well, no shit, we can walk our dog. Like, so you're giving us permission to do something that is a given. So I don't understand why you even say that. So there's a lot of confusion as to what is right and what is wrong. And I think we also need to, like, you never hear about this in the media at all, but what can you do to help improve your immune system? What can you do to overall increase your ability to fight any illness at all as a human being? Just hygiene practices. And, like, a lot of the data is showing that people who are most affected by this, obviously other than the predisposed and the old, are men. And I think it's because men are pretty disgusting and don't wash their hands and shit. So just be clean. I think another big thing, and this is really hard to do in these times, but don't be afraid. I mean, I'm in an area that's like one of the worst hit in the world, and I still don't know anybody personally that has it. One of my best friends, she's incredible, I'll give her a shout out, Sandra Rosa. she was on Songland. Did you ever watch that show?
No.
I think you'd enjoy it. It's good. It's on NBC. It's like it's not like The Voice or anything like that. It's songwriters pitching songs.
Yeah, I saw a description of it, and I remember thinking to myself, I might actually enjoy that as opposed to the Price is Right version of getting a musical career. Yeah, okay.
It's so much better, and it's like, because even if you win, all that happens is another artist cuts your song. So it's not even like about fame or any of that, and it's all week to week. But anyways, my friend Sam, she was on there. She signed a deal with Sony after it, and she's been killing it. She's written a bunch of hits before even she got signed. But her uncle died of COVID. So that's the only, like, straight actual person that I know that it happened to. He was in his 60s, which is young, but he also smoked a pack a day and didn't take care of himself. And it's one of those things where it's like, well, I still feel horrible, and I still wish that this wasn't out there and doing this. But it's also like, I don't think if you're healthy, you need to be terrified. If you're older or have any predispositions, you should probably shelter in place and do as little as possible while this is still out there. But I think feel into your situation. Be honest with yourself. Do your best to decipher the information. It's a fucking clusterfuck out there in the media, unfortunately. So I don't know what it's like up there, but here
it's the same.
A leader who straight up says that anything that's said that is mean is wrong. and then we have on the opposite side of that, media that can't just say a fact. They have to say a fact followed by, and the problem is because Trump did this. And it's like, all right, so we don't have any, like, who's actually looking out for us? Who's caring at all? And I think you just got to try to help each other, look out for each other, be smart, be hygienic, don't be afraid, and lend a hand if you can.
Yeah. I think that's the most appropriate way to end the conversation. That was very well said. Yeah. And we are very much in the same situation up here media wise. So I get people's frustrations. The only thing I would add to that is there are people who are experts in their field for a reason. It's not
Yep.
because they woke up one day and they opened their mailbox and there was a diploma in there from YouTube University saying, congratulations, you're the 100th applicant. So yeah, listen to the people that know what they're talking about, because generally speaking, they have your best interests in mind.
Yep.
It has been a real privilege to talk with you, and I kind of feel like I've made a new Facebook friend now. So if I'm ever in LA, I'll look you up among the millions of people, because it'll be one of those things like, oh, in LA, well, Jordan, right? Yeah.
And I'll be playing somewhere, assumingly too. So
perfect, and it'll be piano. So I'll just come up and we'll jam together. It'll be great.
There we go. Straight up, we'll do some forehand piano stuff.
Heck yeah. I can hit a 10th. I can do it. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. You're enlisted. Yeah, dude, really, really nice to meet you. Thanks for having me. Thanks to Chuck for recommending.
Yeah, for sure.
He straight up was like, hey, you gotta do this. He's like, I'll be watching. I'm excited to do it. So I was like, you know what? I'm happy to, especially like, because I'm an honorary Ontarian, Ontarianian or something, whatever it is. So
yeah, it's all good, man. You can take the boy out of Ontario, but you'll never take Ontario out of the boy. That's what we'll say.
Exactly. So yeah, I appreciate you, and we'll keep in touch.
Yeah,
I'll send you some of the stuff that you might find it interesting. So
well, maybe I might do the same and get your producer angle on it.
Do it. I'm all about it.
All right, man. Take care.
All right, man. Take it easy. See ya.
Peace. Well, there you go. Another fantastic conversation. Gosh, it's so great. And again, I forgot to tell him, hang on, I got to tell him now to put his links in. Please drop some links in the video comments so people can check out your stuff. I keep forgetting to mention that. All right. Well, in the spirit of jazziness, and the spirit of, for Danielle's birthday, of course, and the spirit of jazz piano and the spirit of Elton John, I'm going to do what is probably my favorite piano piece for Elton John. And hopefully Jordan will forgive my piano playing. And we'll go into it from there. And we got about a half an hour left, so if there's anything you want to hear, let me know, and I'll be happy to do my best to try to pull it off for you.
Silent seconds I turned off the light switch and I came down to meet you in the half light the moon left, while a cluster of nightjars sang some songs out of tune, while a mantle of bright light shone down from a room and would come down in time. Still you say, so clear in my ear, like it was today. Will come down in time. It's a message she gave to me. Will come down in time, and I'll meet you halfway. I love to get nigh. I walked almost all the way, and I ain't heard her calling. I'm getting to thinking if she's coming at all, and will come down in time. I still hear you say, so clear in my ear, like it was today. Will come down in time. It's a message she gave to me. Will come down in time, and I'll meet you halfway. There are women and women, and some hold you tight while some leave you counting the stars in the night.
Ah, the Finata at the end. Oh, Finata, how I've missed you. How I've missed you so. All right. Well, there was a little very much pre-Disney Elton John. That was from the Tumbleweed Connection album, I believe, which was 1972, maybe? 72? So many good things. So many good things. All right. Well, we are going to play a song right now in the Elton John spirit, just because he did such a great job with it. This is James Keegan. He did this as a cover of Madman Across the Water, which is a difficult enough song to do even on piano or even just on vocals alone. But he does it on his guitar, and it's really, really well done. And seeing as I'm a total Elton John fan, it does not take very, very hard twist of the arm for me to want to play some Elton John. So here we go. This is James Keegan with Madman Across the Water on the Face to Facebook livecast, and then we'll be back with a couple more songs, and we're out.
I can see very well. There's a bowl on the reef with a broken back, and I can see it very well. There's a Joe, and I know it very well. One of those that I told you long ago. Take my word, I'm a madman, don't you know? Once a fool had a good part in the bay. If it's so, would I still be here today? It's quite peculiar in a funny sort of way. They think it's very funny, everything I say. Get a load of him, he's so insane. You better get your coat, yeah, 'cause it looks like rain. They come again next Thursday afternoon. The There's a board on the reef with a broken back, and I can see it very well. There's a Joe, and I know it very well. It's one of those that I told you long ago. You take my whole life, I'm madman, don't you know? The ground's a long way down, but I need more. Yes, I'm not red back, all the windows painted. They come again next week, 'cause my mind can't take it. They come again next Thursday afternoon. The old folks said we'll see you very soon. Is it in your conscience that you're after another glimpse of the madman across the
All right. Well, there you had it. And I've got another one that I want to play for you. This was actually just sent to me this evening, right before the show. So this is someone that I went to high school with. It's their kids. And when I say kids, I mean they're grown now. But they live in Aylmer, which most of us would know as the cop town, right? That's where you go to get tested for make the police testing. Anyway, they are called the Moore Avenue Underground, and they are kind of like a punk pop band. And I really am impressed with these guys because they come from a place of way beyond their years, I think. Anyway, it's a real privilege to me to be able to kind of show off the creative things that, you know, my peers did, but when my peers' kids get to do creative things, that's even better. So check these guys out.
put him in the ground. And now defeat all of your demons on, so that you'll sleep safe and sound. Will you reach inside my broken heart and hear me crying out? Reach inside my empty heart and hear me crying out. It amazes me to feel you now against my cheek. Oh my, how you grow. Oh my, how you've grown. A few years now since you've been around. We're still learning how we feel. And I hope that you are better now. One day I wish your wounds would heal. Oh,
Yeah. There you go. It's like a little late night pumping blood right there. Well, now we're gonna change gears completely. Oh, we're gonna tune. We're gonna tune. That's what we're gonna do. That's probably better.
When the fat old sun in the sky is falling, summer evening birds are calling. Summer's thunder time of year, the sound of music in my ears. Distant bells to me. When that final sun in the sky is falling, summer evening birds are calling. Children's laughter in my ears, the last sunlight disappears. And if you sit, don't make a sound. Pick your feet right up off the ground. And if you hear as the warm night falls, silver sound from a time so strange, sing to me, sing to me. When that fat old sun in the sky is falling, summer evening birds are calling. Children's laughter in my ears, the last sunlight disappears.
Super old Pink Floyd there. Fat Old Sun. Should have done that on piano. I realize now, after looking and seeing it had not only a B minor, but a G minor as well. Barred chords. Not my favorite thing. All right, well, we're nearing the end. The stream has fallen by way of the grave. So I think I'm going to do one or two more, and then we're going to call it. Let me see what we're going to do. What are we going to... You know what? We're going to do one more, and then we're going to call it, just so I'm not pushing it. Yeah, I just don't know what to frickin' play tonight. Oh, let's do this one. I haven't done this one in a few days. It's got a great melody.
If you could read my mind, love, what a tale my thoughts could tell. Just like an old time movie about a ghost from a wishing well, in a castle dark or a fortress strong with chains upon my feet. You know that ghost is me, and I will never be set free as long as I'm a ghost you can't see. If I could read your mind, love, what a tale your thoughts could tell. Just like a paperback novel, the kind the drugstores sell. When you reach the part where the heartaches come, the hero would be me, but heroes often fail. You will read that book again because the ending's just too hard to take. star who gets burned in a three-way script will enter number 2. A movie queen to play the scene of bringing all the good things out in me. But for now, love, let's be real. I never thought I could act this way, and I've got to say that I just don't get it. I don't know where we went wrong. The feeling's gone, and I just can't get it back. If you could read my mind, love, what a tale my thoughts could tell. Just like an old-time movie about a ghost from a wishing well. In a castle dark or a fortress strong with chains upon my feet, but stories always end. And if you read between the lines, you'll know that I'm just trying to understand the feelings that you lack. I never thought I could feel this way, and I got to say that I just don't get it. I don't know where we went wrong. The feeling's gone, and I just can't get it back.
Nice. Little Gordon Lightfoot. All right. Well, with that, we're going to sign off. I'm feeling a little bit, meh. Still coming back from it. I want to thank all my guests and you folks for your wonderful questions and for hanging out with me and remembering that I'm doing this thing and coming back. That was great. I really appreciate it. We will be back again tomorrow with some more good stuff and some more guests to talk to, some more conversations, some more music, and some more camaraderie and togetherness. So I will end this the way I've been ending all the other shows, which is that it is the most easy and natural thing to be good to each other, be kind to each other, be human to each other. So do it. Don't think about it. Just do it. Just be kind. Be graceful. That's it. Nobody wins unless everybody wins. I have a piece of wood over here that says it. Thanks, Ashley. I'll see you tomorrow, folks.